This is our second failure.
Like the previous I-Space lander in 2022, Resilience appears to have crash-landed on the moon. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Vets in their 90s and older gathering in Normandy, France today, marking the 81st anniversary of D-Day. A Tyrese Halliburton jumper with less than a second to go, giving the Indiana Pacers a 111-110 victory over the heavily favored Oklahoma City Thunder in the first game of the NBA Finals last night. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
When you were a little kid and you thought about what you wanted to be, teaching was at the top of your list. But things changed. And as you got older, teaching didn't seem like the best option anymore. So you're thinking you'll be something else. But what would your 12-year-old self say? Now you want to be a doctor. You don't think teachers save lives? 25 at a time. An actress? Try playing a different role every time the bell rings. How about a scientist? Ever heard of physics? Chemistry? Who do you think teaches that? Teachers today are breaking down obstacles, finding innovative ways to instill old lessons, and taking learning far beyond the four walls of the classroom. It's time to recognize that great things are happening in teaching and put it back on your list. Don't try to convince yourself otherwise. You had it right the first time.
Find out how you can make more at teach.org. Make more. Teach. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
I got that text yesterday. I had an outstanding speeding ticket, and I was going to be arrested if I didn't.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. That was,
I got that text yesterday.
Oh man, you're the man.
It's the entire country.
Home.
Yeah,
it wasn't just one state.
Yep.
Because I got messages from 5 different states yesterday on my fraud watch.
Amazing to me though how many people actually click, on some of those things and everything else that just,
What amazes me more than anything else are the romance scams, where you have 50 or 60-year-old men or women who are involved with 25 to 30-year-old partners.
They think
overseas on oil rigs in the service, and they give them tens of thousands of dollars, and they don't realize that they're being scammed.
Mm-hmm.
I told the guy.
Well, I think the worst thing in the world are the romance scams because they get people when they're lonely.
Yep.
Very, very feeling vulnerable.
Yep.
But they have no self-image. You don't have a dowdy-looking 65-year-old woman who thinks that a 30-year-old Special Forces Ranger in the Army wants to marry her.
Yeah, worked for Bill Belichick.
Where's
Now, who doubts that Bill Belichick is not in it for real romance?
I told one guy.
I guess I would say he probably is, but and he just denies the fact that she's there for the money.
She doesn't deny it?
No, she'll deny it.
Who are some of the... Okay.
I told one guy that, I said, unless you're a billionaire or you got a 12-inch dick, this 30-year-old woman does not want to...
I'm sorry. I ain't folding it in half for nobody.
Sure. And that idea about big dicks is not true. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah, but after you lost all that weight, you went from 6 inches to 3 inches.
They had to do a reduction surgery during my procedure.
Just to get it out of the way?
Yeah.
This thing's in the way.
Can you believe in all that I had done, I never had to have any transfusions? They have perfected surgeries. They used to routinely give transfusions.
Yeah.
Routinely.
Yeah.
Routinely.
Yeah, that's standard procedure for most of them, right?
When we were trained to...
Can you unax the phones?
We were trained to be as careful as we could about blood loss.
Doc doesn't color his hair. How many believe that? Raise their hand. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
If that's the case, he needs to wash it more often.
You know, I got two things for my mother. My hair. And you know what's
Give me
real?
that Lysol real quick. I just realized I am like.
I got it.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome. I'm at the mothership, and I'm spraying the microphone down because Marc Mager's been here most of the time, and I need to get his cruddy duddies off of that microphone screen. Welcome. Here at the mothership. That's right. I abandoned the home studio today because I wanted to come in and see all the guys for Car Day, and it was a big letdown. But in any case, I'm here. I'm having fun. In the studio with me today is Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We got Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech, Deputy Doc, the longest running deputy, and then Deputy D, the best looking deputy, as voted by these guys in here. So anyway, we are going to go to the phones, so you got to call us on car things today. And I have some interesting things to talk about cars. I touched upon it a little when it comes to cars and depreciation and all of that. Do you know who knows the most about depreciation of cars? The people who put their money where their mouth is. Mm-hmm. What do I mean by that? Well, if you are going to lease a car, you go to someone, and this is how a lease works. The lessor, the leasing company, buys that car. They own that car. Then you lease it as the lessee. So you have the lessee and the lessor. The lessor, think about it like employer. The lessor is the boss. They own the car and they lease it to the leasee. The leasee agrees. There's an agreement, and that says you're going to drive so many miles a year. And you're going to take care of the car. And you're going to make payments on use of the car. If the car is worth $100 when you lease it, and at the end of the lease they say you can turn it back in and it's worth $50, you can turn it back in and walk away, and I'm using the 150, that's fictitious numbers just for analysis. Or for illustrative purposes. So you turn the car in and walk away. Or let's say that car is worth $75 because you kept such good care of it and the market went up. But the residual value is $50. You can choose to buy that car and keep it. You can even resell it. You can do whatever you want. It's your choice at the end of the lease. Are you going to keep it or are you going to walk away from it? Leasing is brilliant. It is the best way to acquire and use cars if, here are the ifs, you won't go over mileage, you won't terminate early, and you either want to turn it back at the end if you have to, and that you're not going to get too attached to it. So, some people who really love certain cars that are very expensive will lease a car for the first 3 to 5 years with lower payments, then buy it from themselves at the end of the lease, and they're buying it. It's like buying a used car from someone you know, and you know because it's you. And then that's an 8-year total proposition in some cases. But some people love cars enough, Deputy D's one of them, to keep cars that long. Now, other people pay cash for cars. I have always paid cash for cars. Well, not always. When I started getting some substance and some income, I started paying, and I realized that was a very poor choice economically and financially. It was a very poor choice because I would pay cash and that capital was doing me no good and it was depreciating immediately. Now, so why am I bringing this up about leasing? Because when you are a leasor and you buy a car and Deputy D wants to lease it from me, I have to tell Deputy D, hey, Deputy D, I'm going to buy that from you in 3 years if you put 45,000 miles on it. I'm going to buy it from you for X amount of dollars. So I have to have a pretty damn good indication of what that car will be worth. So this company went out and surveyed all the lessors and said, if you were leasing cars out to people, what would be the risk on certain cars? Which cars would depreciate the slowest? Because when you lease, you want a car that depreciates the slowest. Why? Because that's what you're financing. It's like going and buying an apple and you tell the fruit vendor, I'm only going to eat half of that apple. So the fruit vendor says, okay, I'm selling my apples for $1.50. You're only going to eat half of it. I'm going to let you finance 75 cents. You bring the other half back when you're done. And if it's in good condition, I'm going to take it back. And it's worth 75 cents. So at the end of that apple, you ate half of it. You're taking it back to the fruit guy. And all of a sudden you hear there's a shortage of apples due to a freeze. And those apples are selling for 75 and 80 cents. So you say to Mr. Fruit Man, I'm going to keep this apple. Here's your 50 cents. So in any case, why is it important to know what lessors think about cars? Because they're the ones who gamble. They're the ones who put their money up for these cars and guarantee to buy them at the end. I went through some of these, but I was shocked at the top 25. I'm going to tell you the top of the top 25 is the Porsche 911. Now, I would think that car would depreciate
That's surprising.
a lot.
Yeah.
Is that considered an exotic car, a Porsche?
I think so.
You think so, D? Is it an
No,
exotic?
Tom, I think exotic car territory would be like the Ferraris, Lamborghinis,
It's borderline,
Rolls Royces, stuff like that. This is a very high-end car, but certainly not exotic.
What do they, I don't know what they go for, but here is at the end, listen to this. The depreciation over 5 years, it only goes down in value $24,000. In 5 years. So what you do is you take 24, divide it by 5. So you get 5 times, whatever.
It's about 4.8.
About 4.8 what?
Whatever unit you're talking about.
Oh, I see. So what I'm saying is that it goes down, owning it costs you about what?
$5,000 a year.
$5,000 a year.
Yep.
That's the cost of ownership for that, plus maintenance and all that. So and then second is the Porsche is it the Cayman? Cayman. It's Cayman. That's
Cayman.
not Cayman.
Yeah.
The Porsche 718 Cayman, it goes down $15,000, $15,800. Now that's from MSRP, not from what a dealer sells. A lease is a bad deal if you acquire the car for more than a normal purchase price. And many dealers do that to you. Because the payments are artificially lower, they sell it to you higher. Because what they love monthly payment buyers. Monthly payment buyers are the worst buyers in the world. They make the worst deals in the world because they're looking at a monthly payment. And if you look at just a monthly payment, you could be really tricked into paying way too much for a leased car. Okay, number 3 on the list, Toyota Tacoma. Now, I am not surprised by what they lovingly call the taco. And I know D, again, I keep going back to D. D, if D could have his ashes scattered at a Toyota factory upon his demise, he would. Let's go to the phones here. Treya. I think it's Treya. Treya? Am I pronouncing your name correctly, Treya?
It's Tria, but a lot of people just say Tria.
Tria, can you give me, I want a little story about the name. Is it a family name?
No, it's actually not. I don't, I grew up in Cali and my mom and dad were driving down Palm Street and they said Tria.
Are they hippies or were they hippies?
No, not at all.
Okay, Tria, listen. And then you got a little one, a sibling called Busha. And then you have Tria and Busha and Flower. And anyway, so listen, Tria, you have an issue with a dealer or with a car?
With a dealer.
Tell us the story.
Well, actually both, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
So I bought my car back in March of 2023.
March
let's
of
just
20.
say,
Okay.
yes, let's just say my car has been through 4 transmissions in the last 2 years.
Did you just say 4 transmissions?
Yes, I just said 4.
How is that possible? I mean, how many miles on each when you did it?
So I bought the car originally when it had.
Now, you didn't buy it new, right?
No, I didn't buy it new. It was used. It came from Florida. And, you know, it only had, I want to say, about 38,000 miles on it when I bought it. I originally bought the car because my original car got stolen. So I had
a Honda Accord is a really good car. But
yes,
guys,
exactly.
Jeff, have you ever heard of transmission problems with the Accord?
Wait, I have something very important to ask her because I think I have an insight to what's going on. Treya, did you buy this from a place called Auto Savvy?
Yes.
Why do you have an insight?
Well,
Hold that. He has an insight. We're coming up with that. Auto Savvy and an 18 Honda Accord.
Don't look up Auto Savvy yet.
Yes, it's a 2018.
It's got to be a surprise.
It's salvage vehicles only?
Huh?
Salvage vehicles.
Why, it's a surprise.
Oh, okay, I'll let it be a
doing?
surprise. I'll shut up.
But they're nationwide, too.
Okay.
What spots do I have, brother? Is he going to be on for his, or do I just talk about it? If she can get Mark, if not, I can do it. I can do it if she can't get Mark. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Go to that website, learn all about them. Now, the name says Total Exteriors, but I got a secret for you. Genesis is a full construction company, home improvement company, and I know Mark and Madeline for years. They run it, and you will love the way they do business. Straight out, upfront bidding, estimates, everything in writing, and they have great, clean crews that come to your place and get the job done from beginning to end. Basements, baths, kitchens, indoor mold detection and remediation, the honest way, and outside fences, decks, siding, windows, roofs, soffits, fascia. Just look at your home and say Genesis. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Let's talk about a webinar coming up on June 17th, put on by Joe Ciano. Now, you know Joe Ciano has been associated with this show for many, many years. And he is touting the fixed indexed annuity for people approaching or in retirement for income for life. Joe is a very good person and will answer each and every question for you. And you need to find out more about the webinar Tuesday the 17th. That's not too far away. So why don't you go to the website and get signed up? It's mymoneymyway.com. Find out about secure income in your retirement with Joe Ciano, certified financial planner, mymoneymyway.com. So look up that and tell us all about it. I'm still looking. Oh, okay, I'll give you guys that on the air. Somebody's looking for a particular car and wants to know about it. So what, are we going to get pizza or what?
Yeah, she's already got it going, I think.
My son just got back from Japan.
Very cool.
2 weeks with a buddy, 2 buddies.
Did he go to the countryside? or staying.
They did a lot of different things, but their main reason for going, I don't even want to tell you. Where they went and the museums and the convention. Don't even want to tell you.
Why?
Pokemon. Fucking Pokemon.
Okay, yeah,
right there.
Yeah, okay.
Now they did by accident get some culture.
Oh, God.
I think if I went to Japan, I would have no interest in Tokyo. I would love to see the country.
Tokyo is more like New York.
Yeah,
LA.
I would love to see the countryside. You know, it's so beautiful in parts of it.
Yeah, I'm going to go. That's on my.
A friend of mine went there. They slept in an inn that was like 600 years old. I mean, that kind of stuff, I think, is priceless. But Tokyo is no different than New York or London or any other big city.
Ridiculously expensive and crowded. And,
Yep. I read a great book once called The Sword and the Chrysanthemum about the history of the samurai in Japan. It's fascinating.
Is that also the land of sumo, or is that Chinese?
No, that's sumo wrestling is Japanese.
And then
it's sumo wrestling.
Sumo, yeah, I see. Sumo. Okay. So anyway, what about sushi is Japanese. Because people get, when you go sometimes to these Chinese or Japanese restaurants, people get them all mixed up. But I found, but it's amazing. They're trying to order a Japanese dish and they're at a Chinese restaurant, thinking, why do you don't have it?
No teriyaki.
Yeah.
Sushi, no teriyaki on the menu.
Sushi. You know, two palettes that really do, two genres that really do intersect a lot. They just give them different names. Is Greek and Italian. A lot of similar. Hey, Tom Martino here at the mothership with my crew, doing things right. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Big chair to fill here where Mark was sitting. Literally, big chair. Not just kidding. Anyway, Mark and Suzanne are off somewhere.
Not so big anymore. He lost 30 pounds.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He's looking good, man. And that's compliments of DenverRegen.com. But in Bing, how's that for a plug? No, seriously, he is. He's on the weight loss drug that you get for pennies on the dollar with Denver Regen. Denver Regen is also starting to treat neuropathy with stem cell therapy. DenverRegen.com. Okay, so listen, I want to go back to Tria, but first, Dennis, real quick. Dennis, I was going to talk about this today, and I see your comment. Go ahead, because I've gotten 12 inquiries about this text, and so many people are getting it. You think if they wanted to do a scam, they would slow it down a little, because when you and 8 other friends have the same exact text, you know something's up. Dennis, tell us about it.
We talked about this yesterday, by the way, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
I just
everybody. Go ahead. What's your comment?
Get the text, and I just got my license renewed, and I'm thinking, what happened here? I don't have no violations or tickets that are past due.
Yeah.
So luckily, I did not click on the link. I just went to Colorado licensing and checked on the website.
Yeah.
And luckily, they have it posted there that there are text messages coming out with, it looks just like the Colorado Department of Revenue.
I mean, nowadays, they can make anything look like anything. You just can't trust crap like that. The only time you trust them the only time to act, or the only way to act, is this. If you're getting something from DMV, you go and log on and don't use any of their links. Just log on to your account or somewhere. Then you're not cheated. Yep. If they say Excel Energy, you have a bill, you have to pay it, your electricity is going to go off, click here, don't click there. Just go on. And I have a sheet, and I think a lot of people probably do, a sheet of all my logins with usernames and passwords and all of my logins for my home services. Then I have one for certain businesses and all that. So I always go to my bank and log in directly with the known and trusted links. But Dennis, did you have anything to add to the discussion they had yesterday?
I did not hear yesterday's
Okay.
discussions,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to warn people about it because it looks so official.
You can't, you know what? Thank you, by the way. You can't warn people enough. I swear to God, these scams must be lucrative. What about the one you have a package waiting and they're holding it up? Or, in fact, do me a favor. Tell me any scams that you've encountered recently. Let's just put them on a list. I think I want to hear about them. You might be first in line. But Deputy Doc, speaking of scams, you said you work with AARP. That is the American Association for Retired Persons.
They have a special branch called the AARP Fraud Watch Network.
How long you been doing that?
A couple of years, probably at least 6 or 7
And
years.
you get a lot of trends going through there. It's a national hotline.
Exactly.
And you say romance scams are really
Romance
big.
scams are a big one.
And who are the victims mainly?
They're usually men and or women in their 50s and 60s.
Okay.
Who've been married for a while. The marriage has kind of become boring.
Or they could be a widow or widower.
Right. And they get involved with these young people that are either overseas, working on an oil rig, or in the military. And they...
because somehow they get around to money.
Right. They always ask for money.
So it's amazing. It's amazing. Some people lose their entire life savings. Okay, Tria, back to you. So we left off. You bought a used 2018 Honda Accord. When you bought it, how many miles were on it? Oh, I'm sorry. Where am I here? Hold on. Tria, it's my fault. I got to press these buttons, and Shannon won't give me a break and help me out here. There you go. Okay, thanks, Shannon. Oh, so Tria, how many miles when you bought it?
So I want to say around 30,000, 40,000 miles.
Okay, so I'm going to say 35,000 miles. And did you get it checked out when you bought it back then?
Yes, and frequently it was when I first bought the car back in March.
March of when?
23.
23.
Okay. So when you first got it checked out, what showed up? Anything?
Nothing really showed up. They said everything was fine with the car. I drove it off the lot. Everything was fine for about a month. And then in May, my car was in the shop. My transmission went out. So not even 2 months.
The whole transmission, did you replace it or rebuild it at that time?
So Auto Savvy sent me to their third party, mechanic.
Well, that's good because they didn't have to do, technically they don't have to do anything, but let's just talk while we're on the topic. The Deputy D said, let's talk about Auto Savvy. Okay, D.
Tom, you may recall last October, you and I actually got a call about a vehicle that turned out to have been purchased from Auto Savvy. So you and I did a little bit of research online, and here's what it says on their website. They're the largest automotive retailer specializing in branded title vehicles.
You know what that means, Tria?
Yes.
That means the car was totaled for some reason and brought back to specs and resurrected. But it was a total wreck.
I was aware.
And you knew that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So keep going with your story. You had your transmission replaced.
Yeah, but the first 2 months that I had bought the car, and so when I dropped it off back in May, it was in the shop for about a month and a half, and of course I'm still paying my payments, and I'll let you know right now I pay $420 on my payments a month for them. So the whole May I didn't have my car. So fast forward a couple months later.
Well, hold on, no. I want to. You said something that led me to believe you're paying by month. 1 month you didn't have it. You understand that's totally separate. You have to still make your payments, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So keep going.
And then fast forward a couple months later after that, transmission went out again. And then I was out of
Now how many miles were on that transmission that went out again? I mean, first of all, was it a rebuilt transmission?
So it's from LKQ, the company.
So most likely used.
It's used or rebuilt?
Used.
Okay.
They do have a rebuild program, but I don't believe they're building
LKQ.
those. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You replaced it with an LKQ transmission. How much did it cost you?
So I paid a $200 deductible,
deductible. Do you have some kind of service plan that covered this?
Yeah, I mean, I have platinum warranties on this 2018 Honda
Hold
Accord,
on,
and
no.
it has gas.
So how much did you pay in total for that transmission?
$200.
You know that at least your warranty's working. Okay, then when you had to do it a few months after that, did they pay again?
No, because it was such a short amount of time where the transmission went out again. So I was still in that warranty.
That's what I mean. So you got it covered again.
Yes. And then this most recent time, my car is actually in the shop as we speak right now.
Okay, so when in 23 you had it done once, or did you have it done twice in 23?
It was 6 months after that. So
okay, so sometime, let's just say, so a few months after that, you had it again, and then it just went out again. There's a problem here, guys. Why do transmissions keep going out? It can't be luck of the draw 3 times.
No,
or 2 times it happened.
The likelihood, first of all, is they're using used transmissions. So who knows how many miles are on that unit when it's going in the vehicle. Not to mention the fact that it is a salvage vehicle. There's a darn good possibility there's something else wrong on the car that's causing failure.
What would cause failure of a transmission?
It could be anything from, just simple wiring.
Misalignment, could it be?
Well, it depends on the failure, too. I mean, if the clutches are going out, the valve body's going out.
Yeah, what problems did you have with this the first time? What did they say was wrong with the transmission? Did they tell you?
They didn't tell me much. They just said, oh, well, let's just get into the shop and let's get it worked on. And so I didn't ask many questions.
Let's speed up that. So far, 200 is all you've spent so far.
Yes.
Okay.
But also, there's a whole nother ballgame with my car. So, a year and a half ago, my car started cracking, like the Bondo itself, by the gas tank and on my roof. Okay. So,
well, you bought a branded car. I don't know what you expected, Tria. I hope you got a super deal on this.
I bought the car originally for $25,000.
You didn't get a deal.
Yeah. And so
I fear that, listen, if you have Bondo cracking and stuff, that's a sign of major neglect when it came to those repairs. You should have really taken this to a body shop, a frame shop. When you buy a branded car, oh my God, is there a lot to look for? I mean, have you ever had it completely gone over?
Yes, I had all the Carfax on it.
No, I'm not talking about Carfax. Did you ever have anyone put it on a lift and go over all the bodywork and all the Bondo and all the, just everything? Have you ever had someone truly do that in depth?
No, up until recently when I sent it to a body shop, they told me that whoever had built this car previously just did a terrible, terrible job. And it just
so basically right now you have a car that's a piece of crap right now.
Yeah.
So what are you calling about? Because you're stuck with it, Tria. I mean, I don't see any fraud here. You're stuck with it. They did a bad job restoring the car. What were you hoping we would say to you?
Well, no, like I said, I wanted, there's a whole other ballgame with the Bondo cracking, so I reached out. I understand,
but what do you want? What do you want?
I really just want help with the general manager. He's an ass. He's an ass.
What do you want? Hold on. Now, let me get this straight. You bought a branded car as is, and what do you want them to do about it?
To fix my body paint on the car because they only offered me $800 when the shop.
Why do you? But they don't. Okay, now Tria, don't mistake this for a lack of wanting to help you. I want to help you, but I also have to give you a dose of reality. They're not responsible for that bodywork cracking.
Mm-hmm.
You bought the car. They're very clear that they're branded cars. They're very clear that it's as is. And that warranty you have won't cover body components. But I have some ideas if you hold on here. I have a few ideas of where you proceed from here. And maybe we do give the GM a call, and maybe they would take it in on trade for something, and we can make sure you don't get screwed too much. But what's your scowl for, bro?
Oh, I'm not scowling. I was just surprised to hear you express any optimism in this matter.
No. You're right. It's not optimism. It's hope. There's no optimism whatsoever. I'm just trying to figure out if maybe this guy says, look, let's just trade it for another one. Or if maybe the body, we get it somewhere where she can get an honest assessment of everything wrong with it. And then at least we have somewhere to go. I don't know. I can't even think in small claims court or anything that she would win.
Tom, she bought a branded car 2 years ago.
Oh, you're right.
It turned out to be a piece of junk, and I think putting Auto Savvy on the spot is kind of unfair to them in this matter.
Yeah, we're going to call them just to see what they say. No. You're right. You're absolutely right. But I want to just call and see if they would trade her out of it.
For another piece of shit.
Well, maybe. Yeah, but maybe we can check this piece of shit out the next one. I don't know. And it's 2 years. Look, maybe I just feel bad for her.
I do too.
I know.
You gotta be realistic.
I know.
My biggest fear in a branded car would be a flood car.
From Florida. This is a flood car.
Yep.
This is a flood car. 2 years ago.
It is in Florida?
She came from Florida. The car came from Florida. So that's, I'm wondering what's going on with the transmission. Could be something to do with a flood car.
No.
Frying components.
Salt. Yep.
Accident victims, man, you just never know.
You don't know. Yeah.
Gravina's Windows, Siding, and Doors, 950 West Evans. This is the Gravina's where, Larry had worked with his dad for years and years and years and then went off on his own. And then his son, Nick, has joined him. It is a family affair. And I'm telling you what I love about this. The tradition and heritage that most companies want, they have. And they also have, this is one of the biggest things, selection. Do you know a lot of these home improvement companies have mainly one or two brands they deal with because that's where they get the best spreads? Well, Gravina's has 50 brands that they deal with. You will find something for you, whether it's your fix and flip, a rental, or your dream home. 303-GRAVINA, Gravina, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com. Do you know the buttons? You know the buttons here?
Which buttons?
All of them. The phones and all of that.
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know the phones. Nobody showed me.
No, sir. I just have a half hour I'm going to duck out where I'm going to need your help. That's all. Okay, thanks.
Oh, you mean like that?
Just everything, basically.
I know.
Like bringing it up, putting them on hold, and then how to minute.
I'll watch you do the phone thing. That's the only one I don't know.
I just want you to stay here for a few minutes while I'm gone. Then you all chip in.
Sounds good.
Because it's just going to be a half hour.
I thought Shannon can operate the phones.
Oh, no, he will. I just thought I would like all of you to know it.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah, at some point when there's a break.
Yeah. And not necessarily today. No, I didn't mean today.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah. You're going to run it from noon on, Dimitri.
Oh, it's that.
You got to film 2 hours.
Well, I could do that, but Tom's only going to be gone for like 15 minutes to a party.
What are you in the market for?
I said, don't treat me special.
Oh, nothing. I'm just looking.
No, it's Shannon.
Last minute bargains.
Don't worry about Shannon.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
There's no holes barred.
Oh, that's Gunbroker. And once in a while, you can snipe a really great bargain.
I should have Deputy Bob learning this long ago. So I'm gonna have you do it. I'm gonna have him do it. I'm gonna have not these guys. They're hopeless.
Well, Doc can't handle these two buttons. That's Shannon.
I just want you guys to be able to operate all of this stuff here. There, the tricky part with the phones, it's very easy. On the right side bank, you just press it and the call's up. But what I do is when I'm ending a call, I put it on hold so they don't have the opportunity to interrupt me. Mm-hmm. And that's real. I don't drop them. I just hold it. Mm-hmm. And then they drop it.
You show me the hold button. That's the only one I don't know.
Well, the biggest thing is you don't realize there's There's a gift in
It's
filling
both.
15 minutes.
You take that and then hold.
Right.
That and then hold.
Okay.
The only other time, but if you guys ever have to do this, we will never make it where you'll have more than 2 people on the phone, more than one person. But if you did, that's a trick because you have to then lock it to bring up the next line, or the next line will drop the first line if you don't lock it. And to lock it, it's simply pressing it one more time. You bring it up, and then one more time locks it. And when it's locked, you can't even put it on hold.
Right. 'Cause it's
Totally understandable.
Right. But this is the only time we use. Yeah.
You got it.
People love New York accents, but they never get it right.
They do a New Jersey accent, thinking it's a New York accent.
Forget about it.
See, that's New Jersey.
Forget about it. When you're learning Italian and learning New Yorkese, let's say New Yorkese, it's not necessarily Italian, except all the people I know are Italian New Yorkers. But the first phrase you learn is, I know a guy.
I got a guy.
I know a guy. Or, do you know a guy?
Well, you know the quintessential New York joke, right?
No.
A tourist goes up to a cop and says, should I go fuck myself, or can you tell me where the Empire State Building is?
Oh. Oh, that's funny. Oh. $32. One of the best numbers. Never going to forget that. Hey, Tom Martino here. I'm going to go back to Tria in a minute, but Bruce has a question. I'll go to him, and I'll sprinkle calls in between here. So, Bruce, what's going on with you, Bruce? How can I help you?
Well, I had the same back problem that I believe that you had, and I know you had the TOPS surgery. I saw the YouTube on the YouTube video.
Yeah.
And I was wondering how long ago that was and how that turned out.
It was, I think, 3 years now. It's perfect. Never had another stitch of pain ever, and have put myself through the ringer as far as working out and all that. Let me explain something about the back surgery real quick so I don't get too medical. All back surgeries come from pain most of the time, and the pain comes from nerve impingement. That's it, period. Nerve impingement happens when bones rub together or the disc gets bulged or something, but it all narrows down to killing the nerves. In the past, what they've done is they've ablated nerves with heat, ablation, so they kill the nerve, but that usually comes back or new nerves take over. And some people have done all kinds of radio frequencies and all kinds of different ways to deal with the nerves. Because really, the structure of the back is very seldom bad enough where it must be dealt with for health. Most of the time, our bodies adapt to skeletal problems, and it's the pain that usually drives the surgery. Now, the way to deal with the nerves is either to do an ablation or to do what's called a fusion, and that's where they separate everything and put a cage around it so it doesn't move. The problem with those, they fail most of the time in a few years because of the adjacent disease. The adjacent discs have too much pressure on them. Fusion has one of the biggest failure rates of any medical procedure, but people are so damn desperate they'll do anything. So the other way to deal with it is a movable fusion. And I say that because it really is fusing your bones together, but in a movable way. And that's what the TOPS is. And let me explain something. The problem with TOPS right now, with the not with the procedure itself, but with the whole area, is it's only approved in America right now for one level, meaning if you had 3 different facet joints going bad, they can't daisy chain it like a caterpillar. Now, they can, and it works, but it's not FDA approved in America. You can only do one level of pain. Now, here's what
really?
That's right. So do you have more than one level?
I do. I do. It started out as one, but it's gone, over the years, it's gone to the point where it's like 3 of them now.
Okay.
But the other 2 are not near as bad.
Here's what they do sometimes. To get around the FDA thing, because it's only approved for one level, remember, it's one level at a time, not one level. You can do three of them in 3 different areas. You can't daisy chain them. So what some doctors, what my doctor has done, is he has done a fusion where he puts the tops on the top and bottom of the fusion so you don't get the adjacent disease. In other words, the fusion takes care of the nerves and keeps them from flaring up. And then on the top of the fusion and the bottom of the fusion, where it meets the rest of your spine, it's movable. So you don't have that adjacent disc disease like you do with regular fusions. All I'm saying is there's all kinds of ways to deal with it. I would go to the TOPS website and contact Dr. Joshua Beckman. Now, the next biggest problem, insurance companies are still calling it experimental. Now, that's code for we don't want to pay for it. Yeah. I hate when insurance companies do this. They call it experimental. Or with women, when they used to have bilateral is it a mastectomy where when the breasts come off, they would want to rebuild the breast, and they would call that cosmetic. And so insurance companies have all kinds of ways to deny coverage. Who's your carrier?
Right. Aetna.
Do you have so you're not on Medicare?
I am on Medicare.
Are you on Medicare Advantage?
Yeah.
Okay, that's too bad. Medicare Advantage is a terrible coverage, and it may not cover it. My Medicare and supplement covered 100% of it.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. Yep. And because my deductible for the year was met, which isn't much, I forget what it is, but here's what I want you to do. Go to their website, Premia Spine, and look up Dr. Joshua Beckman. Now, I'm not saying he's the only one that can do these, but he's the one that really is probably the closest to the company. He knows, he talks to the CEO, and he was one of the first ones out of the gate with the FDA approval with me. So that's what I would do. It's Beckman, Beckman. He used to be up at St. A's, but right now he's at Porter. But just look him up and talk to his office. So, Japanese, the whole trip was centered around Pokemon. But they did by mistake get some culture. And food.
He took a wrong
And then they went clubbing a couple nights.
Jeez.
Discountbath.com. I always say this. Those are 2 words you don't normally hear together. Discount bath. But truly, it is. Now, I asked Chris why he does it that way. He said, you know what, Tom? We can do bathrooms pretty quickly, and we can do them on a budget because we have a margin we deal with, and we don't have to get rich on 1 job or 2 jobs. We keep them coming in, and we truly give discounts, and they do. I mean, you can clearly see it if you do the comparisons. And in fact, to get their price, you don't even have to have them come to your house. Take your smartphone, do some videos of what you want, narrate as you go. Just do an informal video. That's all. Like, hey, I want to move this sink or make this a double vanity. I want to make this a walk-in shower here. I want to move the toilet. I want to put a wall in here, or I want to expand. Just whatever the bathroom is, just do it. Upload the video, and they give you a price. You can trust these guys in an area. You know how I feel about home improvements. Very dangerous area. Discount Bath. I know and love these people. DiscountBath.com. DiscountBath.com. Sorry, I'm good. Thank you for this because I am getting back in. So guys, I'm thinking, you tell me what you think as a business owner too. I've been emphasizing more websites than I just think people will remember it and get to it. Whereas with a phone number, if they're not right there with a phone, they won't remember it. They won't necessarily, and they're going to end up Googling your name anyway and doing all the website shit anyway. I'm thinking websites are the smartest way to go.
Absolutely.
Well, it's easier to remember a series of words than it is a series of numbers.
Yeah, of course. A phrase.
Mm-hmm.
It's about years ago, and I don't do it anymore. Years ago, I read a system, and I made a system where you associate a number with a letter. And so when you see a number, you make a word, and then you have to fill in vowels sometimes so vowels don't count. It worked so tremendously for me going through college and stuff where I would see a number and translate it to a word, and it worked really well. But I lost touch with that system. But it was 1 through 9. Well, 0 was just an O, but 1 through 9 were either letters or some people do images. Now, images I tried for a while. That really worked well. And I used to do tricks at parties where people would do like lists, and I would use this system. And then they could come back to me and give me the number, and I'd give them the item, or they'd give me the item, I'd give them the number. Because when you put things into pictures, like think about like things that you know and stuff in pictures. I swear to God, doing pictures has been the best memory aid I ever had in my life. There's a system I have, like when I was doing my Series 6 test for my securities license, where if you know an area, like I know my house, right? I know my car, I know my hangar, but pick a place that you know. So you walk in the door, you know on the left, I have that credenza.
I'll find out in a minute.
And then I have...
I'll find out in a minute.
And I have certain landmarks in your house.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
You associate things with those landmarks. So you walk in and on the left, on the credenza, would be this note. And then you walk further, and on the right, on the wall where you have a big picture, you picture the next thing. And I memorize gobs of shit by a tour of my house.
Never heard
because
that.
when you associate it, for some reation, it's
something that's
cemented.
familiar.
Like what? What would you?
Okay, like laws. Okay, like there were certain laws on how to on when you can convert investments, or when they're like and when they're not like. And so I would have things laid out that were like on that one credenza, and then to the right I would have things that were not meant to be together on the wall. And just by placing them on the wall and seeing them there in my mind's eye, then when I go back to the house, I can do that. And then if I wanted to do it for something else, like an aviation test, I would substitute, and you can just use the same house, but you're in a different category. You know, instead of my Series 6 test, it's my aviation test. It's not just for tests either. It's for like, it's for things you have to know, not just remember. And once they become part of that apartment or house setting, it, honest to God, stays that way in your memory. I can go back months later, and it stays that way.
They're wanting to know if we're doing anything more with Tria.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to go back to her. Hi, Tom Martino. Let's go back to Tria. Tria, here's what we're going to do. We want to get your car checked out first. What part of town are you in?
I'm in Springs.
Oh, you're in the Springs. Okay. I want to call, I want you to call Jesse at Honest Accurate Auto. That's the name of the shop. And tell Jesse you were on the show and that you need a quick assessment. Now, I don't know, there might be a charge. Most of the time, if it's a quick assessment, he can get that done. You simply want to know what could be causing not causing the problem, but why are you having so many problems? What you really want is a used car checkout. That's what you want. So you may as well pay for it and get a used car checkout, because we need to make, here's what I'm looking for specifically. I want to, as Deputy D brought out, this is a 2-year-old transaction on a site that publicly says we have branded titles. So it's not like they're hiding anything from you. The quality, and here's something that's really important. The quality of work does not come into account when it comes to fraud and when it comes to misrepresentation. In other words, if they say rebuilt engine, it can be a rebuilt engine, but it could be a rebuilt engine that's done like a 3-year-old, but it's still a rebuilt engine. And so you can't get them for fraud if it's a poor job. The only time you get them for a poor job is if you contracted for that job and that job was done poorly. But when you buy a car and repairs have been made, if they're just terrible repairs, that's on you. So you really should have gotten that car checked out. I fear you're going to be stuck with this car, and I don't think the dealer's going to do anything. Have you ever asked them to trade you out of it?
So here's the thing. So Orlando, he's the general manager of the Springs location, and I will just say one thing. He is so rude. I went in there, and he tried getting me into a car that I didn't even want. He showed me a 2023 Nissan Maxima. He goes, oh, yeah, your payments will be about $650. And I told him, I said, hey, look, I can't afford that. I said, I'm paying $417. I'd make my insurance go up and everything. And he told me, he had the nerve to tell me, he said, well, instead of, having, because I have my daughter with me, I have a 5-year-old daughter, and he had the nerve to tell me, he goes, well, instead of, getting her, 15, 20 gifts under the tree, maybe she could only get 5. I mean, how dare you tell me
Tria,
what to get my daughter for Christmas?
I understand. Tria, look, go to Honest Accurate Auto, get the car checked. We got to figure out what it's worth. I think you're stuck with it. I think you're buried in it. And this may end up in a bankruptcy. And don't be surprised, people, when I say that. Sometimes that happens, where a bankruptcy is your only way out. I mean, people get themselves so fucked that really and truly, turn it back, go bankrupt, and start over. I've had young people, the number one source of their problem is a car. They start out the wrong way. They overpay, and the negative equity snowball keeps going and going, and they're just totally fucked.
Well, then you start missing payments and this and that, and your credit's garbage anyway.
Well, I think we've talked about it before, that they should, in high school, have a class.
That's right, on life.
On life, exactly.
That's right. Just
balancing a checkbook, what loans are like, what interest, how interest accrues, what the interest is on credit cards.
Stephanie does, anyway, she does some kinds of instruction for her kids. Girls, she mentors girls, like sometimes, and they're from ages 10 to 15 or 16, that little age group. I'm going to tell you something. She says, Tom, you do not believe truly the level of ignorance.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, where they don't know what she goes, this is not relevant. They want to know what the word relevant meant. But now that might be a fancy word. Let's pick something more simple. But they don't get very basic stuff. And this is something she's concluded, along with some other people who mentor kids. They don't read anymore. They don't read. Kids don't fucking read anymore.
Well, unless it's on TikTok.
Yeah, but they read bullshit like that. A post.
Yep.
But beyond a post, they don't read. No. They don't take a book about XYZ and read it. I mean, can you imagine that? Not reading. Like, now listen, I never have read for entertainment, where I'm not going to just pick up a book and read a story. I don't do that. But I read all kinds of technical shit and all kinds of how-tos and all kinds of stuff, or how things work. And I absolutely savor it. It's like, and I don't like books. I do it on my phone or my Kindle or something. But man, my God, people don't read anymore.
When I was a kid, I read voraciously because there was nothing else to do.
Oh, reading. Look, it's not that I don't like reading for entertainment. It's just that I have so much other shit I want to do first. So entertainment, it's easier for me to just watch it.
Well, the thing that surprises me is how not curious younger people are. You know, we'll be discussing something where there'll be a country on the news, and they're like, where is it? I don't know. Punch it up on your phone.
It's not just kids. There are people, go to next door and look at some what people say and do.
It's true.
And they all are in their own little world and think they're smart.
Yeah.
That's the worst part about it. They actually think they know what they're doing.
Well, if you watch some of the stuff on YouTube, where they go around asking college kids stuff that you wouldn't believe that they don't know.
Yeah, very basic.
Can you name a country in Africa? Isn't Africa a country?
There he is. You know what?
Hey, can you tell me what time? Hey, Katrina, what time is the gathering?
It's not for another 30 minutes.
No, I understand, but it's going to be where? Back in the newsroom, and it's at 11:30.
Yeah, I'm gonna come get you.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
What kind of meeting is it?
Kathy Walker, who's been here for 35 years, is leaving.
Oh, really?
She's retiring. She's a wonderful person. You never hear a peep from her.
Yeah, no, I know. Is she one of the sort of the gray-headed lady that sits in the corner?
Dark gray.
Yeah, that sits over in the corner. Last.
She sits right outside the conference room.
Okay.
That desk.
Yeah.
She's the news director. I wish I had anecdotes about her, but she just keeps so much to herself. You know, I want to be able to. Hey, Jeff.
Sir.
Can you put some water on that? Just pour water on it. Thank you. Perfecto. So, what do you think about the Musk-Trump thing?
I think it's ridiculous.
You know, they're like children.
Exactly.
Do that. It's like, boy, that's both of Mark's heroes. How's he going to come down on that one?
They ought to have just kept it private. If they don't want to talk to each other, don't talk to each other.
The one thing that works so much better in the studio here is that there's no delay. When people are on the phone and then I want to interject a question, they get it 2 seconds or a second and a half later, and then that stops them.
Yeah.
And then it's just so terrible. That delay is if I could take the calls at my place, it would be perfect. And I have Google Voice, and I can take calls directly. But I don't have anyone to screen, you know. I mean, you know, the only time I drink this now is when I'm here. I stopped drinking it. Not for any other reason. I just stopped for some reason. I love Mountain Dew. I love Mountain Dew. Do you?
Nope.
Do you like any soft drinks?
I stopped drinking soft drinks years ago because of kidney stones.
Oh, yeah.
How are your legs doing? Your leg?
Much better now that they've got me on Enbrel. So it's rheumatoid arthritis. And they had me go through a series of...
You have arthritis in your legs?
In my legs and my hands.
Oh.
So, but...
rheumatoid.
Yeah.
What's rheumatoid as opposed to... What's rheumatoid arthritis? Rheumatoid.
It's the same thing. It's just caused by an autoimmune.
So the rheumatoid ahead of it.
Yeah.
What other kinds of arthritis are there?
Well, there's arthritis, which is caused by inflammation, and then there's arthritis caused by an autoimmune disease, and then I think there's arthritis caused by merely the lack of bursa fluid between your joints. was actually just rubbing.
But it all boils down to inflammation.
Yeah.
Does it also have excess cartilage growth or bone growth?
I don't know. I don't think so.
The rheumatoid can be deforming.
Oh, yours can?
Yep.
Yeah, so your fingers can start growing crooked.
Yep.
and stuff?
I'll most likely need knee replacements years down the pike. But once they finally got me on the Umbrel, it pretty much controls it. I have some good days and bad days, but it hasn't laid me out where it
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. It's car day today. I got Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Auto Tech, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, and two of my deputies, Deputy Doc, Deputy D, and we are trying to kick ass for you if we can. There's nothing more frustrating than getting problems that happen over and over and over again where you can't help. But you know what? It does bring up really good topics. And I love this show, not only because we directly solve problems and get involved in people's lives. I love that. I really, honest to God, love when one of the deputies come and say, we got this money back for someone. And they'll tell you, we are truly joyous when we help people. But then there's something else we do. We educate. And, you know, we have fun here. Look, but there are people we can't help. And they're so buried, we just can't help them. And in those cases, though, I believe the education learned really goes a long way. And one of the things that comes up over and over again, is the used car thing. But the used car thing, it has way more lessons than just getting a car checked out. Way more. That is a good lesson, getting a car checked out. Sheridan Auto Tech, for example, they'll do a car check. I think it's $120, isn't it?
Yeah, 120 flat.
Yeah, and then you get 2 full hours of complete diagnostics.
Yep.
Now, here's the thing. Getting a car checked out is only one of the things. One of the biggest problems with cars in general, cars are the source. If I go back in my data bank, cars are the source. Car transactions are the source many times of financial ruination or a reset where people have to do a bankruptcy. Let me explain how that happens. And I'm going to give you a really good example. And let's call him Zach. Let's take it in. So Zach buys a car. He's a teenager. He buys a car. He's 18. He says, I'm going to buy a car. And he loves the car. It's a Corvette. It's used. He doesn't get it checked. He doesn't do anything right. He pays too much for it. The day he drives off the lot, he's buried in that car. Let's just say he paid too much for it, and he's $5,000 underwater. Now, if he keeps that car for the entire length of the loan and nurses it and lives, it was running okay. But if he kept the car, he could pay it off and then keep it a while and beat the system, or at least not be a victim of the system. But instead, as most young people do, and sometimes older people, he gets the hots for another car. And he says, oh, I don't want to keep this the 5 years I have it financed. So on year 2.5 or 3, he might go out shopping for a car. Okay, some used car salesperson talks him into a car, says, oh, and we can handle that car, trade it in, and we'll just roll everything into the new deal. So the second car he goes out to get, he really loves the car, and he pays too much for that one. And in addition to that, he's rolling $5,000 of negative equity into the new loan. So immediately, he's $5,000 negative on that previous car being built into the loan, plus another $3,000 when he drives off the lot with the new car or with the second used car. So now he's $8,000 of negative equity in a car, and he's making payments, again, over 3 to 5 years. He's making payments. He is totally screwed. $8,000, it's a negative equity snowball. I call it a snowball because they keep doing it. But let's say in Zach's case, now the car needs a transmission. Uh-oh, he can't afford it. but he bought a car that he could afford at 120,000 miles, and he had to roll the negative equity in. It's the only thing he could have structured at his age with his income. But now he needs a transmission. So what he does is he refinances this deal, and they put the cost of that loan and the transmission in it. But because of the overpayment of that car and the transmission and the mileage, it doesn't up the value of that car. So now he's got, let's say, $1,800. Let's just call it $2,000 on top of that. So now he's $8,000 plus another $2,000. Now he's $10,000 underwater in that car, and he's making his payments. And not only that, his payments went up a bit. Think about this. Year 4 comes along. He kept it as long as he possibly could. He can't possibly keep it another year. He found a car he really wants. This time he's thinking, I'm going to go newer. And this, his credit, he's making more money now, and he barely qualifies, but he pays too much for that car. Even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter. The negative equity will catch up to him. So now he's got a car. He is 21 years old at this point now, 20 or 22, and he has $15,000 of negative equity in a car that's just normal. $15,000 with no prayer of ever paying for anything. His next major auto repair means bankruptcy. He's got to turn the car in, walk away, and start over. This happens all the time to people. The negative equity snowball. It is a terrible thing, and it happens all the time. So negative equity in a car is one of the first problems people encounter. Also, credit cards. Now, credit cards are even a bit more insidious because with a credit card, I knew a girl, let's call her Pam. Pam, when she was in college, had high grades. She had her parents' money, and she bought and paid off things on a credit card where she was a signer. But it was with their money. Upon graduating college, she's inundated with credit card offers. She had 12 credit cards, I swear to God, 12 credit cards. And they all had limits of about $1,000. Some had a limit of $1,500. She gets out of college now and struggling to find work. She gets a menial job, and to her, those credit cards mean income to her. It's not income, but it means income to her. So think about this now. When she goes out to buy a Prada purse, or she goes out to buy a Fendi purse or something, or a designer jeans or something, when she goes out to buy those, she's not thinking, oh, this is going to cost me $2,500. She doesn't even think about it. She says, oh, this is going to be $12.50 a month. Mm-hmm. That's what she's thinking. Yep. Then she goes out and buys something else, or she puts a bill from her apartment on there. She's looking at 12 credit cards as 12 sources of income, and she puts bills on these 12 cards, and she calculates minimum payments. So to her, on these 12 cards, she might have $400 to $500 to pay a month. And she's thinking, but look at all the beautiful things I have. Those cards are never getting paid down. She's just treading water. And eventually it just kills her financially. Misuse of credit is a big, big deal. And I know there are a lot of people that talk about that. I believe credit is a tool. And when used properly, just like a pain medicine, it can do you wonders. But if used improperly, it digs a hole you can never get out of. And again, bankruptcy is one of the solutions that people find themselves in, where they have to do a bankruptcy and start over. But in some cases, a bankruptcy doesn't even help, because they're going to lose their car or possibly a condo they bought or something like that. Economics and finance, they are not taught in schools to the level of everyday life. Kids come out of school not knowing anything about finance, and it kills them. And even young married people in their late 20s or early 30s run into these problems. The misuse of credit and buying cars the wrong way and not keeping cars the length of time they finance them. You are never ahead, ever, when you short circuit a loan or a lease, ever. And that goes for places where you live. That's another problem kids get into. And I say kids, and I mean young people. They sign a lease, and they don't have any clue if they're going to be together. Sometimes these kids get together and co-sign leases, and then they have arguments or fights, and they don't want to live together anymore. And they end up with a giant judgment against them. It's the whole thing is just a nightmare.
And Tom, if
and parents, go ahead. No, go ahead.
If the schools aren't going to do it, it's up to the parents. I mean, if you have
That's
a
right.
child, if you have a child, you need to teach that child about credit and about going into debt.
Right, and consequences thereof.
Right. But let's say it's not only the schools, it's the parents have a big
I think
responsibility.
it is mostly the parents. I mean, you have to teach your children how to tie their shoes. You also have to teach them how to use credit. It's just very basic. It's something that's needed. So now, getting back to this now, when we're talking about cars, I started out the show talking about cars and cars that hold value and the cars that depreciate. So rather than telling you about all these wonderful cars, but I'm going to go down the list real quick to 25. I'm not going to spend any time. I'm just going to tell you what they are. And then those are the cars that hold their value. And many of those cars are out of reach for young people anyway. But, and here's another thing you're going to find puzzling. But these cars that hold their value are the worst used cars you can buy. You hear what I just said? Remember that. The worst used cars you can buy.
Why is that?
Good question. Why is that? Because they hold their value. So when you get, let's just take a Chevy Blazer and a Toyota SUV of some kind in that category.
Sure.
Okay. Now you have the Chevy Blazer and the Toyota. You buy them. The best new car value would be the Toyota because it's going to preserve your value. Whereas the Chevy's going to depreciate quicker. But now move 3 years down the road or 50,000 or 60,000 miles down the road. You'll be crazy to buy the Toyota because it hardly moved the needle and it's worth a lot of money. Whereas you can get a nearly new Blazer with a few miles on it for way cheaper than the Toyota. At that point, the Chevy Blazer is a better buy because it took the giant hit of depreciation, and you're still getting, let's face it, it's a hunk of metal with a motor in it. You're still getting the same transportation you can get with a Toyota. So these cars I'm reading about with the highest values or the lowest depreciation are the worst used cars to go out and get. Unless somehow you know somebody and you get a great deal. Okay? And by the way, our lines are open at 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. You can also call 303-Martino. So here's the list. Porsche 911, Porsche 718 Cayman, Toyota Tacoma, Chevy Corvette, Honda Civic, Chevy Camaro, Toyota Tundra, Ford Mustang, Porsche Boxster, Toyota Corolla, Subaru BRZ, Toyota RAV4, Toyota 4Runner, Toyota Corolla, Subaru Crosstrek, Subaru Impreza. And again, these are ones that depreciate the least, the top 25. Another Chevy Corvette. Well, let's see, were there two Corvettes on here? Oh, no, there's a Camaro. Yeah, there were. One is the coupe, and the other Chevy Corvette is not a coupe. I don't know. A Jeep Wrangler, a Honda HR. Now, I'm surprised that Jeep Wrangler is up there in the top 25. But again, it holds its value. Honda HR-V, Ford Ranger, Honda Accord, Toyota Prius. Toyota's killing this list. Honda CR-V, again, another one, a Subaru WRX, and a Toyota Camry. Toyota has the most cars on the top 25. But here's the real thing. These are the ones that are great used car values, but they're terrible to buy new because, and my God, my car is right up on these are cars with the highest depreciation, the highest depreciation over 5 years. The Jaguar, number one, the Jaguar EV depreciates 72%.
Oh, wow.
72%.
That's hard to believe.
What a great used car value then.
Oh, yeah.
Now, mine, BMW 7 Series, is one of the worst depreciating cars. It depreciates 67%.
That's in 3 years?
In 5.
5 years.
I'm honest to God, and I know it because I bought that during COVID, and I don't know why. I don't know why I bought it. I wanted a new car, and I love Beamers, and I don't know why. But first of all, it's too big for me. I can go back and lament on everything, but I made a bunch of bad choices. I got this feeling like I better do it now during COVID because everything was going up so fast. I got tied up in a stupid sense of urgency. And I got this Beamer 7, and it literally, and I know because I tried to trade it, and I've asked people, and I've gone on cars.com for people selling them. And I can tell you personal experience right now. I had mine now for 3 years, and I can't get quite half of what I paid for it.
Wow.
Not quite half. I get a little less than half if I want to sell it right now.
But Tom, did any of that come as a surprise to you, or did you?
Yeah, it came as a surprise.
Okay.
Yeah. I did not.
BMWs.
Oh, do you have some that they depreciate like crazy?
First of all,
I didn't know that.
First of all, I'm over the BMW. Okay. We should never have.
They're good cars for a while.
No,
they're beautifully trimmed.
Kevin will attest to this. He's worked on the damn car.
Yeah.
The parts are unbelievably difficult to get.
BMWs are terrible for expense and maintenance.
And well, we actually bought the one, I guess, good thing we got was the additive, the ad that.
You mean the extended warranty?
No, not the extended. No, never. We got the package that included free oil changes and free tire rotation and all of that stuff. So that's
what model does she have?
He has a 535i. I hate it. It's way too complicated. Oh God.
But BMWs are the worst new cars you can ever buy. The worst.
It's a year. No, it's not a new car. It's a year.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's the worst new car you can buy.
Yeah, I think it's a 2017.
And the Series 7 of all of them is the worst of the worst, and I got that.
We have a 5.
The BMW 7 Series.
Yeah, it's a sedan.
I'm not going to tell you it's not a beautiful car to sit in and drive and feel. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling car.
It rides great.
But you guys tell me.
It's front-wheel drive.
Well, mine's all-wheel drive, but I don't know what you're talking about, front-wheel drive.
Well,
maybe.
no, in the sedan, it's front-wheel drive, so you can't drive in snow.
Kevin, you're telling me, though, I just turned 30,000 miles.
Yep.
You're telling me that it's going to develop oil leaks at around 40 or 50 or what?
60 is the magic number. Okay. But yeah, once it starts, I mean, it's just...
But why? But these vehicles are put together so well. What is it about them? I mean, they really are built well. I mean, that finish and trim in that car. I mean, it's
that's
like
the best.
It's like a Rolls Royce.
And the engine itself, the performance, everything is there. It's just little annoying things if you don't mind spots in your driveway.
I just never dreamed it would depreciate that much.
Mercedes and BMW both. The oil leaks will crush you on those.
So here are the bad ones, okay, for depreciation. The Jaguar's 1, BMW Series 7, the Tesla Model S. 65% hit. Infinity. Now I'm surprised that the Infinity QX80 is so bad. The Maserati Ghibli, they're called the Ghibli? Is that how they pronounce it? Or Ghibli? Ghibli. Then here's another BMW 5 Series. The Nissan Leaf. God, Leafs I hear you can get for a penny.
For nothing.
Maserati Levante. The Tesla Model X. Look at these, man. Why do Teslas depreciate so damn much? I really don't. I have no idea.
Battery life.
Their battery. I mean, their batteries are supposed to be good for what? 20 years?
10, 15, yeah.
Cadillac Escalade, the Land Rover. Oh God, you want to talk? That's the Audi A8. Then again, the BMW 5 Series. Just take it's another 5 Series. You got one is a sedan and one is the hybrid. So they're both on the list. The Audi Q7, Infiniti QX60, Escalade, a Land Rover, Mercedes S-Class, another Audi, the Tesla Y. Okay, so almost all the Teslas. The Lincoln Navigator, the Porsche Taycan or
Tiguan.
It's Taycan.
Oh, that's false.
Taycan.
Taycan. Anyway, Nissan Armada and Ford Expedition. Those cars would be great to buy used because they depreciate a lot. We got more coming up. That's not the 15, is it? Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you guys going to have stuff to talk about?
Oh, yeah. I have 3 pages.
Good.
Hey, did you know that area code 983 is a new Colorado code for Denver?
Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. I hope you never need him, but one thing I can tell you, you should call him at the first sign of trouble, whether it's any kind of a charge with massive traffic problems, DUIs, a problem with you and your neighbor, who knows? Look, I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to say, when you call Joe, you're not charged. He'll talk to you free of charge, and then he'll assess the case and give you a flat rate for the entire case. I love that. It takes the guesswork out of it. And I've done the shopping for you. Lazzara, LazaraLegal.com, or you can find him at referrallist.com. Joe Lazara, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200.
Look at that picture up there, Tom.
Where is it?
See those 2 little girls?
Yes.
Can you imagine?
What happened?
Their dad killed them.
Oh, my God in heaven.
What in the world?
What goes through somebody's head? I mean,
you can't, I mean,
you can't
anybody in this room would take a bullet for their kids. And this guy killed those 3 beautiful little girls.
Right now? Should I come now? Okay.
What kind of Medicare supplement do you have that covered absolutely everything?
Yeah. I have not, and with the cancer, not a dime.
Wow.
Not a dime, other than my normal deductible.
Sure.
I have this supplement, I believe it's called Medico. I go through Integra, and they say, Tom, you could save money now. And a lot of people look to save money when they get older. But your Part A and Part B is covered by the money they take out of your benefit. That's automatic. But when you get a supplement, if you get the best supplement, you're going to love it. Because we're not going to get better as we get older. You know?
Nope.
I mean, we can try.
Sure.
But I swear to God, had I had Advantage, I would have been out of pocket $100,000 probably.
At least with the ulcer.
At least.
Yeah.
I mean, my copays would have been outrageous.
Sure.
This, I have never paid anything. My prescriptions on my drug plan, because I am now an active patient, are zero.
Was that like double what a Medicare Advantage is, or how much?
Okay, I'll look up and I'll tell you what I'm paying for it.
The important thing to remember is
you have to understand something.
The thing is, if you don't take supplement the first time, if you want to switch to supplement, they can use your medical history to not give you a supplement. So the first time you sign up, they have to, if you take a supplement plan, they have to accept you.
Right.
If you take advantage, you say, you know what, I don't really like Advantage. I'm going to do something like they have the ability to, based on your medical history, to not accept you.
Right.
That's
Advantage is the worst thing in the world. Here's what Advantage does. See, they take that Part A and Part B that you have, and then they don't charge you anything else. You don't pay in addition to that. And you hand them everything. Right. And then they take care of everything. And if you never get sick, it's fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
But I'm telling you, you got to go where they say, and you got to do what they say. Yeah. It's all a closed group. I'm looking specifically. I'm going to show you.
I have Advantage. It's not as bad as Tom makes out. It's not as good as
if you had cancer, it would be.
Well, I've had some other stuff they paid for it.
Okay, but you didn't have choice. See, I have total choice of everything I do. I'm not, obviously, Doc, it's a plan that works. I mean, it's, but I'm talking about like.
No, I'm saying yours is much better, but Advantage isn't as bad as you make it sound.
Okay. And probably mine's not as good. I mean, because nothing is ever as good or bad.
No, but yours is good because you haven't paid a penny.
Not a fucking penny. I'm trying to find my.
I just got a bill for my college.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Get your calls in if you have problems, questions, or complaints concerning cars. I do have a text here. Somebody says, where is it? I'm looking for a GMC Yukon Chevy Tahoe. Wait.
Yep.
A GMC Yukon Chevy Tahoe, but they're not a Tahoe if they're a GMC.
No, either or, I think is what he said.
In other words, they're the same. The Yukon or the Tahoe or a Ford Expedition 2020 or newer. Can you ask your guys if there's anything to avoid? Which, like what about these vehicles? Is it safe to say the Yukon and the Tahoe are exactly the same, right?
Yes.
Same vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Expedition was just on your list, on the bad list.
Yeah,
for depreciation. So maybe a used one would be good.
No, a used one would be perfect.
Yep.
That Expedition would come down in value. But what about them as vehicles themselves?
They're both very, very similar. I mean, it's hard to knock one over the other. They both have a few shortcomings, depending on the transmissions. And I mean, they all have problems.
You know what I want to know? Why do cars depreciate faster than others?
Yeah.
Because Kevin, you have to admit, if you took one of them side by side, you know that, we do have this perception that the Japanese make superior products.
Yep.
And I think that is borne out, by the way, with service and with, it is borne out. But you have to admit there's not that much difference in the vehicles.
Well, I think the market speaks, though, too. I mean, if people are willing to pay what they're going to pay, I mean, that's where it's at.
So the things so when we talk about depreciation, we're talking about so many psychological factors as well.
Yes.
I mean, I think Jeeps, for example, there's a perception that these are cool vehicles, they're really good vehicles, and I think they hold their value because people want them. And the more people want a new car, the more they want the used market is up. And when the used market is up, can you give me the name of that person, please? And I'll take line one. Anyway, I have a caller and I don't know the name, so just give me the name. Gabe, Steve, I don't know. How about this? Who are you? Let's just play that game. That's I'm going to play Who Are You, and I'll take your call. Are you on?
I'm Steve.
Hey, Steve. I'm sorry to greet you like that, but I didn't have it up there. So, Steve, you want to promote the beer garden. I guess Steve's not there. I have a rule here. When we talk, we have to have a conversation. So I'm sure Steve has a lot to say. We'll get to him in a minute. 303-713-TALK is our number, 303-713-8255. Here's yet another. So going back to the Tahoe, the Yukon, and the Ford, basically, in the used car market, you have to go on condition and price. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. There's not that much difference between those vehicles.
I don't think so, and definitely get them all checked. I mean, we keep saying that, but we keep running into people that don't check them.
And is there a such thing as having a vehicle and then pointing to a weak spot? In other words, this vehicle is known for this, or that vehicle is known for that. Okay, Can you give me some popular ones that come to mind that, oh, I could have told you that would happen? Like, are there things that come to mind when we're talking about that?
Ford Series with the 10-speed transmissions. Yep.
Okay. You've said this before.
Yep.
What is wrong with the Ford 10-speed transmission?
They're falling like flies. The converters are bad. The valve bodies are bad. They have what we call a trash can in there that comes apart. They've got a CDF drum.
Then why don't they improve it?
They're slowly starting to get improvements, and most of that's coming out of the aftermarket. So as opposed to the design on the CDF drum now, we've got different options on more durable product to put back in there.
But the bottom line you're telling me is this, that if you buy one of these vehicles, you're going to have a problem.
I've been telling. I had a kid here just a year ago. He called me up, said he was looking at this 2020 F-150, and it's got a 10-speed transmission. I said, has it had a transmission put in it yet? He said, no. And I said, don't buy it. And he did anyway. He was in my shop 3 months ago.
Listen, Fix It 24/7 is doing free second opinions. If someone tells you you need an AC, for sure call them. A water heater or anything. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Free second opinions. And then also Compass Insurance, since it's car day, they're doing free insurance analyses. They do it all the time. It's the free insurance checkup. Make sure you're adequately insured and that you have uninsured motorists and that you have MedPay and all the necessary ones. That's a free checkup at 303-996-9000. Listen, you can bring up Steve to promote his beer crap, but I don't know. Steve, does our theme song.
Oh, yeah. He's the tree guy.
But he has to talk when I talk to him. I'm supposed to say a few words. I have nothing clever to say right now. I'm going to ask AI to make me sound clever.
You'd hate to be a professor now, trying to decide if when kids hand in their reports or assignments, if it's AI or if it's original stuff.
ZeroResDenver.com. Zero Res stands for zero residue, because they use softened, purified water, second to none. These guys know how to get your carpets clean with the strongest cleaning agent in nature, this purified water. And I'm telling you, it takes out all the crap from previous cleanings, and it leaves nothing behind. So your carpets are clean. They don't just look clean, they feel clean, and they are clean as far as your health goes. Even your indoor air quality will be better. Get all the crap out of your carpets, the #1 killer of carpets, and start feeling the difference when you are zero resified. I'm telling you, I have never had better clean carpets and a cleaner feel. They also do tile and grout, flat surfaces, laminates, hardwoods, even upholstery, and mattresses. 303-471-5150. I wouldn't have anyone else in my home. Your carpets stay clean longer. They dry faster. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. How much time do I have? I got to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Isn't it crazy? They just set that ship adrift with all those cars on fire.
They set it adrift?
They can't put the fire out.
Well, why don't they just drop an anchor? I mean, what if it runs into a bridge?
So maybe it's too deep to drop it.
Actually, that's a good point.
I don't know.
3,000 electric cars on the ship, and it's on fire.
Where's it at?
Near Alaska.
Oh, so they had the Valdez, now they got this?
Yeah, now they got the Kyung-Poing
they blamed the Valdez on the guy being drunk. I mean, don't get me wrong. We've all been stupid when we were younger and whatnot. You know, you run into a pole, you run into a freaking another car. How drunk do you have to be to run into a state?
Well, well, plus, is he the only guy operating the ship? Was there anybody sober over there to steer it?
Good, we got Captain White back.
Captain White.
White? He was the captain of the Titanic?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I never heard that either. That's interesting. Yeah.
Did he really die in that?
Yeah, he stayed with the ship.
Oh, shit.
No, he would have died in shame if he didn't.
Yeah, in those days. Okay.
D's going to be on his own when the pizza gets here.
Is Tom coming back, or am I just...
No, he left.
He went to the bathroom.
Tom has left the building.
Where did Tom go?
Bathroom.
We don't know.
God, this smells like Lysol. It smells
You should have
toxic.
been here during COVID with Mark and his freaking Lysol.
Huh?
You should have been here during COVID with Mark before they shut the studio down.
Oh,
They were spraying everything.
Sprayed in gasoline and set it on fire for a while.
It was crazy.
Shannon, should we go with Steve first or Brenda? Oh, there you are. She told me to come over here.
Go over there.
Okay.
Just for a few minutes here. Just keep the...
You want me to stay here or leave?
Yeah, right here. Yeah,
Okay.
I just came in to bring this
Okay.
up so I don't lose it.
Shannon, should we go with Steve or Brenda first? Brenda? We're back with the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show. Tom stepped out of the studio for just a couple of minutes. He'll be back shortly. This is Deputy D. Dimitri filling in for him for just a couple of minutes. And it looks like we have Brenda on the line who's calling with some questions on selling a couple of cars that she has. Brenda.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show. Hi there.
Thank you. Well, I have a car that I want to sell, maybe two. And I'm just wondering, what is a good way to sell cars these days? I mean, I sold them through the newspaper, which you can't do now, and Craigslist. And I'm just wondering, what's a good way to sell a private car?
Well, you can go on Facebook, but wherever you sell it, there are a couple of provisos that you need to keep in mind. Number one, don't take a check. Number two, the safest way to sell a car is to go to the bank where that person has an account. You go there, you have them withdraw the money, and then you get a cashier's check for that amount of money to bring to your own bank so that you know that there's no problem with the check being false or there not being sufficient funds.
Well, the safest way to do it, actually, because JFR Cars does them on consignment. And it's a very small fee that he charges. He does all the work. All you do is collect a check when it's over.
Yeah, that's another way to do it.
Oh, okay. JFR Cars?
Yeah, ask for Rod.
Yeah, ask for Rodney.
Hey, Brenda, one of the reasons to talk to Rodney first is he'll kind of give you an idea of what the value of those cars is. Like, he'll give you a realistic value. If you just look at Craigslist or Facebook ads, what you're going to see there are asking prices. And what just based on
looking up the blue book.
What kind of car is it?
Looks like...
Well, I've got a 2008 Scion, and then I've got a 2006 Honda Element. So they're both older cars, and I just can't insure two cars anymore. So I'm trying to decide whether I want to sell one and put the money into the other, or just sell them both and get something newer.
Brenda, what are your actual specific concerns about this? Are you wondering about what the true value of the cars is that you can get so they don't languish on the market for a year? Or are you worried about safety at the transaction level? What specifically kind of advice were you hoping to get?
Just mostly safety at the transaction level. And I'd like to keep the Scion because it's really a great little car and it runs, but the Element is bigger. So I have the cat rescue. So I need to have the Element for hauling around cats and traps.
Brenda, what's the name of your cat rescue, if you don't mind?
Front Porch Feline.
Oh, that's great. I have two cats that came from a rescue organization.
You do?
Yeah, you people do God's work. So thank you on behalf of all the cats out there. So
that's why I need something big like the Element, because I took the seats out of the back and it's huge. But I took it into my mechanic to see how much it would cost to get all the stuff fixed and get it, because I only use it for the cats. And it'd probably be about $2,800, he said. He gave me an estimate. So, I thought, let's sell the Scion. The Scion has 170,000 miles on it. The Element has 140. And so now I'm just debating whether I want to.
Would your mechanic take the Scion and trade for the repairs on the Honda?
Yeah, give him the Scion and call it an even trade. And let him sell it.
The Scion's worth more than the work on the Honda that needs to be done.
Not by a lot.
And
the value's probably about $3,500.
Well, no, it was $3,500, but that was including like $2,000 for struts, which he said I don't really need, that it would be more comfortable with new struts. But
what do you guys think of both of these cars in terms of their, projected residual lifespan? I mean, they both seem like small cars, probably not extremely durable reputation, and they both have high miles. If you had to roll the dice, which one do you think would last a little bit longer than the other?
That's a really good question. I've been asking.
Yeah, I mean, the Honda has a few less miles is the reason I'd go Honda.
Yeah, the Scion, I just had some work done on it. I love the Scion, but, it was 170,000, and I live in a rural area, so I need a car that can go in the snow, which is not the Scion. The Element has that, but it's, I like the Element, but it's like a truck.
Brenda, how many cats do you rescue in a typical year?
Well, we're a feral cat rescue.
So
I trap about 90 cats a year, and last year we had 45 feral kittens that we socialized.
Oh, wow. That sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
How is your organization funded? I mean, it sounds like it takes a lot of money in vet bills and cat food and kitty litter.
Yeah, it does. Well, not so much kitty litter, but, because they're feral cats. And then we have a lot of cats here on the property. There's about 20 cats that live outside and 11 that live inside.
Brenda, how, if anybody listening would like to make a contribution to help support your animal rescue organization, what's a good way to go about it? Do you have a website, a phone number? How do people get a hold of you if they have an extra couple of bucks, and are donations to your organization tax deductible, or is it just strictly a gift?
Yeah, it's tax deductible. It's frontporchfelines.org.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And it's a good website. I did it myself.
Oh, that's great. Well, look, we've got to take a little break here for a little bit, but Brenda, thanks for calling, and good luck in whatever car you decide to keep.
Yeah, I think, well, mainly I wanted to just know who to sell, who could sell the cars. So this helps a lot, JFR.
Yeah, Jeff's advice was spot on. If you call JFR, he'll tell you which car to sell and how much you can realistically get for it. And it's the safest way of doing it, so you don't have to interface with a potential buyer. Thank you.
And Rod's going to hate you for referring her.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't realize that they were freaking 100 years old.
Thanks, Shannon.
Rod's sitting there listening. Thanks a lot.
I'm going to slap that fat fucker when I get back up there. Now I know who not to buy a car from.
135 cats last year.
I hope she euthanized them all.
You need barn cats from time to time. I got some voles I need to get rid of. And then by the time the winter runs around, coyotes will let her take care of the cat.
Why would you want a pet that can't fetch the newspaper for you?
You get the newspaper, Doc? How did you actually get a newspaper?
Kelly, should we go with Danielle or Steve Moss next? Shannon, should we go with Steve or Danielle next?
You're only coming back for like a minute, I think.
Yeah, you're right. 7:52 already.
Well, Steve Tony's got 60 seconds. Let him roll.
Yep. Then he just talks it out for you.
60 seconds?
Well, he'll speak for 20 minutes if you get
Oh, you're right. I remember that. Oh, yes, it's a good point.
I would put him on and tell
We can.
you got 90 seconds, go.
We'll start with Danielle first.
No starting, that's what the point is.
I would give it to, he's right, give it to Steve.
Give it to Steve and then he can be done and
Right.
start with Danielle after the top of the hour.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
Let him have his couple of seconds to promote his beer wagon.
Shannon, should we go with Steve or Danielle next? Kelly? Steve or Danielle?
You got the mic. Make a decision.
You just have to bring Danielle back after the hour anyway. We won't be able to get through it.
Well, I'm not supposed to hit the button. Oh, I just went to offline. I thought you could hear me offline. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm not going to touch any buttons. I don't want to pull a thumb. Oh, okay. Do you want me to go with Steve or Danielle next?
Just get Steve.
Steve next? Okay. And you'll put him on the phone, or should I just push this button to get
So
him
after
on
the 16th time you told him to do that, do you
Okay.
feel validated now?
Yeah, I feel validated.
Oh, great. Thank you. It's very nice of you. I don't want to be high maintenance. There's no talkback button here. There's no talkback button. Even. It's okay. It's okay.
He'll be in here in a little bit. You know what? Let Steve wait. Let Steve wait.
Okay.
Take the other caller,
Okay.
Danielle.
Sounds great.
And start that one.
Okay.
And then he'll decide if Steve can.
Okay.
I'm sure the damn piece is going to arrive as soon as.
Since it's the anniversary of D-Day, I got a good one. I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but every time I see a picture of this Roosevelt fella, he's always seated. Is he okay?
No, not so much.
Before your time?
Well, it's definitely before my time, but I'm fully aware of what you're talking about.
So was the Magna Carta was before your time, but it's the reason you can own property. Shut up. I used to have to tell my daughter, everything was before your time. Then we ended up with that COVID bag up. I'm like, well, there you go. You lived through a world event. Proud of you.
Welcome back to the Tom Martino Show. It is car day, and we have a couple of really great guests with us today. Jeff Vick from Kimmer Transmissions, and we have Kevin Colkin from Sheridan Auto Tech. Between the two of them, they probably have about 100 years of auto repair and maintenance experience. So if you have any car questions, give us a shout anytime. Got a line open at 303-MARTINO. That's 303-627-8466. And by the way, that number is answered not by a person, by voicemail after hours and on weekends. So if you have any questions, give us a call. All of those messages get returned. We actually do call you back, and we try to help you out, even if you don't get through while we're still on the air. Looks like Danielle is on line 3 here. She's got an issue with an apartment. So Danielle, welcome to the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show.
Hi.
Hi there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. What's going on with you and your apartment?
Okay, so I guess we'll just start from the beginning. We moved in November into this apartment, and day one, there was immediately a problem with roaches. We hadn't even unpacked yet, and there was roaches in the cabinets, in the drawers. We sprayed ourselves, but it turns out we were actually paying a pest control fee.
Oh, Danielle.
No one has ever.
Danielle, hang on a second. I hear the music coming on. We're going to take a break, and you'll be up right after the break, okay?
You could have just took Steve.
That would have been the shortest segment Steve ever did.
Yep. See how fast he can talk.
Have you ever met him?
Kelly, do you know how much time we have?
For him? Have we only made like $100 on that thing?
Yeah, you got nothing. No, he was in here the one time with like 8 of his beers or something. So we were sipping on beer.
Well, I wish I would have been there. Yeah. He comes into the shop from time to time. We've done several things on this Tahoe.
Okay.
He's got this beat up old Tahoe they use for dragging around their equipment. So.
I got all kinds of Stump the Mechanic questions.
It doesn't involve math, does it?
I think 2 of them do. And it's got like these Greek characters, like in the math formulas in 12th grade. Yeah, the delta, and there's a sigma in there, and some other ones I don't even know what they're called. I'll just have to describe.
I went to the parties, but
the math parties. Oh, okay. The math club parties would be awesome.
That'd be freaking bad.
I'd love to get into the math.
Yeah. Ever been to a Christmas party with a bunch of accountants?
Showing off their new pocket protectors.
There you go.
I knew she was going to call about cockroaches. We've been getting these calls about cockroach.
The rain and stuff has got a lot of critters moving around.
Oh, it's so disgusting. You ever lived someplace that has cockroaches?
Yeah, I lived in Arizona for too long.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It's Cockroach Central. That in New York City.
In Florida.
Oh, God. Yeah, Florida. Yeah. That's the epicenter of cockroaches.
But most people get vermin. It actually comes from your grocery stores.
How does it come from the grocery
That is my
From
one
produce.
phobia.
It's being shipped in from all around the world.
If I saw a
You'll
roach
get all
here,
sorts of wacky insects. And
so they'll come in like in a sack of potatoes or something, and
generally not potatoes since they're domestic.
Yeah.
But, bananas and mangoes and things that are coming from offshore. That's a good place to find insects.
when I was in medical school, I had a roll-out couch, to sleep on. I would spray 2 rings of Raid around it before I would go to bed at night. I am so afraid of that. Not afraid, I just have this. If I saw one here, I'd be up on the desk like a little girl.
Man, some of the ones that we say, because you had the regular little household ones, but then you get the ones that come out of the trees during the seasons. I mean, these things are big. I mean, they come walking out the bedroom, they turn their little head. It's like, my room now.
How big?
Some of the ones out of the trees can be.
Can we not talk about it because I'm getting cockroach?
They're huge.
That's not a cockroach.
Yeah.
It's an actual cockroach?
Yeah, they're the ones, they fly. They were actually talking about that on one of the stations I was listening to yesterday in a customer's car, that cockroach milk is actually has more nutrients than cow's milk.
How do you milk a cockroach?
It has something to do with some crystalline thing or something.
Now, how do you milk one?
That's what I'm saying. They extract these crystalline things out of their bellies.
It's like,
who first thought of this? Why would
I'm
you?
serious. Just change the subject. How about anything else?
Oh my God, that's so disgusting.
How do you feel about snakes?
Oh, I love snakes.
Snakes, no problem.
I had a snake pee on me once, so I don't touch snakes anymore.
They don't really pee, though. They poop and pee at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah. It's kind of like a chicken. They don't have separate. It's all at once.
Well, thanks, Kevin. I'm so glad I saw you today.
It's a musky smell that they're, that's what they're trying to get you away from them by that stink.
Yeah, it didn't smell. That was weird. It didn't.
I have to admit that's not a bad defense mechanism. If you were trying to beat me up and I pooped,
oh yeah, they do that.
I'm pretty sure you'd leave me alone.
Yeah, I would.
I'm actually glad they stopped him from deporting that guy. Because they were trying to deport him and the family.
Just the family.
Just the family?
Yeah, he got charged with 118.
Yeah, I know. I want to see a pound of flesh out of that guy.
I want to see him swing.
Yeah.
No, but the family's been on deportation for over a year. They went past their.
Thank you.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, you bet. Kelly, Bo just said that not.
So we just started the call with Danielle, and immediately had yeah, we did talk about to a woman who wanted to.
I was telling you what Bo said.
Steve Moss come up or not?
Not yet.
Not,
Saving him for you.
Thank you. Yeah, how do you?
it's right here.
Okay, Bo, I just got a message from Bo. That's all.
What are you talking about? It's fine.
Bo just said, "Hey Doc, please tell Kelly that the YouTube feed is totally off. It's pointed towards the wall above the cabinet."
Now it's
Okay, I'm just reading.
Wait, where's that adapter that was here?
It's
Somebody.
right. I set it right next to the.
Kelly, I'm just reading.
Okay, download it, chill.
It just got fixed. All right.
What's it called?
Tell Bo thank you.
Kelly
Just say thank you.
said
Now what?
to
Oh wait.
Whose chapstick?
chill out or else.
Is this yours?
No.
Whose is this?
Did you start, Danielle?
Yes. She just started. She just moved into an apartment full of cockroaches.
And you still have Steve. He's back. He had problems with his phone.
Okay. Where's the pizza? Just kidding. That's so nice. Kathy Walker's such a nice person.
How long has she been?
Welcome back?
Huh?
Is that a welcome back?
No, that's she's retiring. 35 years. I've been here 45.
So you know what they do at the hospital?
Problem with me is everybody's
retire?
going to be dead when I retire, so.
At the hospital, you know what they do? Zilch.
Okay.
We have guys that have worked at that hospital, literally, myself included, for 40 years. Not even a note, not even an email from the administrator.
Really?
Not even.
That's kind of bullshit.
Email.
The Sequoia. Is that a good car?
The Toyota Sequoia?
Oh, yeah.
You're asking the wrong guy over
It's a
here.
Toyota. It's a big.
Do you like the FJ? Is it the FJ or?
The FJ Cruiser? I don't like it aesthetically, but mechanically it's solid.
Do they still make them?
No. It was
No. I love it. I love the original one. I had a girlfriend years ago that had that Jeep-looking Toyota Land Cruiser where they look like a Jeep.
Oh, that's the original FJ60.
Oh, my God. Were they beautiful? Oh, I loved them in
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. By the way, the voice you heard in that intro, the one who does the music, is Steve Moss from Rock and Roll Brewery. I'm going to give him a quick plug here because he does this every weekend. It's wonderful. Danielle, hang on. You're next. Steve, let's talk to Steve real quick here. Hey, Steve. So tell me about how has the beer garden been going?
Well, it's been really kicking off great, Tom. It was hard to get the license here because it's sort of a residential ranch area, and we want you to land your helicopter.
Yeah. When I'm back from my recovery and stuff, I'm going to do that. I am definitely going to do that. So what happens on a typical weekend? People want to know if they have a big group, like, do they have to make reservations or how does it work?
Well, so far, we started the reservation thing, and people just walk in now. I mean, it's pretty steady. Reservations is kind of smart because we can only have 25 capacity on any given Saturday, but we get one special event a year up to 75, and that's one of the ones I wanted to talk about is August 2nd. We're going to have it's a Brew Fest 2025, 40 years of brewing beers. I got event T-shirts. There's two different designs. Look online at rockandroll.beer, and that's going to sell out. We're just asking $45, and that's a high quality event T-shirt. Famous Dave's 7-item meal, VIP race NASCAR ticket for the people at first ones that I'd say up the first 25. I'll give them a free ticket for that.
Great.
We have a little bit of live entertainment, not a real big loud band or anything.
This weekend, right now, what do they have to do to take part of that beer garden?
Well, they can walk in from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. Tomorrow, or you can go online and make a reservation. That's even better. It doesn't cost you anything. It just lets make sure we have room for you.
And are you there all the time,
we have
Steve?
17 different beers.
Are you there all the time?
I will be there most of the time. If I'm not there, if somebody, and actually, if your callers, if you have a qualified person that wants to help serve beer at our brewery, go on the website and contact me. And at rockandroll.beer.
Good.
But we just brewed a bourbon. It's a bourbon aged barrel, really special
crazy stuff.
Ale.
You have some wild flavors.
Yep.
What is the weirdest flavor you ever had?
We have the mango, but I wouldn't call it weird. But I would say, to me, the weirdest one would be sourpuss. And you can see all these online, but sourpuss is a German Dunkelweizen blueberry sour, and it's actually black. If you pour the beer out, if you put it up to the light, you see a little hint of blue, but it's really black, but it's the lightest tasting beer we have and the lightest alcohol content. I use midnight wheat. So midnight wheat is a light.
This guy's an artist. He's a freaking artist. Steve, you talk about beer.
Tom, I make no money. I make no money on this. I love doing it.
Oh, man. And Steve, I swear to God, I'm going to come up there as soon as my health improves a little more. I'm up there. And thank you very much. And if people can find out more, rockandroll.beer for all the festivities and everything going on. Rockandroll.beer. And he's the wonderful talent. And then he has an ad agency, and he does our intro music. Danielle, she has an issue with an apartment. Danielle, what is going on?
Okay, so I guess I'll start back from the beginning. So we moved in November. The day we moved in, there was roaches in our cabinets and our drawers. We sprayed them ourselves. Mind you, we've also been paying a pest control fee at our apartment, but we were not made aware of any problems with roaches when we
How
moved
bad?
in.
Hey, Danielle, that's one of the habitability issues is infestation of pests and rodents, and cockroaches would be in that category. How bad is it?
It is so bad. I mean, last night alone, I sprayed and killed 7. And I took pictures because it's becoming excessive.
Now, here's what I want to ask you. Now, without any exaggeration, Danielle, if I was to visit you and I walk in, what's going to be my first clue that you have a roach problem?
Honestly,
like, are they running around? I mean, will I see them? Are they running all over the place or what?
in our kitchen and along the walls next to our closet is the worst spots. So if you're sitting at my desk, which is against the wall, you will see quite a few just run across the wall.
Now, this has been since November. So that's a lot of time. Has the landlord attempted to do anything during this time?
No, not at all. And we have asked countless times, but they keep telling us that they're going to come the next day, and then no one shows up.
So they've literally done nothing.
Well, in the meantime, it sounds like Danielle is paying a monthly cockroach eradication fee. Is that right?
Is that part of the rent, or is it separate?
Yes. That is, well, it's part of the rent, but it's also separate.
Well, what I mean is this. Do you have a rental? You have a rent that's definitely due, and on top of that rent, you pay a cockroach fee or a pest fee?
Yes, correct.
How much is that?
I believe it's about $15 a month.
Is it delineated on your invoice? Does it show $15 a month?
Yes, let me check. Hold on one moment.
Yeah, because...
and then on top of... Go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
And then on top of that, there is also... We also have a problem. During the winter, we went without heat for 2 months. They wouldn't come and fix it until mid-January. So December and January, we were completely without heat. And then...
Well, that there's nothing we can do about that now. So have you ever thought about moving, Danielle?
Yes, and that's what I want to do. I want to break our lease, but I cannot afford to.
You can do that. You can do that. I wrote an article on how to do that. And you're welcome I can send it to you. But here's the thing. You give them warning and you ask them to fix it. If they don't, you can break your lease. It is legal to do that if done the proper way. You're going to have to. And then when is your lease up normally? When would it be up?
In November.
Okay, so from November to November. Okay, so you don't want to stay. Do you have another place to go to?
Yes. I have family that I can go to.
Well, okay, there is a way to do it, and I want to send this to you. You just have to, if you do it the proper way, most landlords ignore them completely, so you will absolutely probably prevail and be able to leave. It is a checklist. I have a QR code you can scan if you go to our YouTube channel. I have an article up there with a QR code that you can scan right off the screen, and it takes you to a step-by-step process to do it. I'm trying to find the dang thing right now, but it is on our YouTube, and I want you to do this because it works. It absolutely works. and I've had people tell me it works, and they've actually downloaded what I told them to download. It's a QR code. Again, if I could find it, I can't do it while I'm on live, but I can just basically send it to you. So leave your email address too, in case you can't find it. And then I'll send you the proper way to do what's called a constructive eviction. A constructive eviction. And so, okay, there it is, tenants. Here's what you do. If you go online to the Referral List YouTube channel, it's actually called Troubleshooter Network on YouTube. And then look for a video called Tenants, Know Your Rights. Tenants, Know Your Rights. That's the name of the article and or of the video I posted. And it goes step by step on what you're supposed to do to either get the repairs done or to effect a constructive eviction. And it works. People have used it because here's the problem. Many times people were doing it the wrong way. They were withholding rent without the proper notice, or they were moving out without the proper notice, and therefore they were not given, they did not win. They lost their security deposit, and many landlords would take the tenants to court for the rest of the lease. But there is a way to break it. Jeff, what were you going to say?
And when she goes to find that on YouTube, she doesn't even have to go to your channel. If she goes to the search bar, just once you start punching in tenants, it's the first thing that comes up.
Excellent. So go to the search bar in YouTube and put tenants, and then you can put Know Your Rights. It'll come up.
Hey, Danielle, have you talked to the landlord about getting out of your lease and moving? And if so, what did the landlord
that's
say?
a good point. That's a good point, Dee. Mm-hmm. Danielle, did you just ask if you could break your lease? Maybe they'll let you out.
I have not asked. I was actually trying to get legal advice prior.
Do you want us to call? I can have Deputy Doc call over there to the landlord and say, you just want to get out of it. You had enough of the cockroaches, and he can tell them that you can do it legally, but it would be better if they just let you out of the lease.
You know, Tom, one way to do it without escalating is, Danielle, if you go to the maintenance or the leasing office and say that the Tom Martino troubleshooter, Tom Martino himself, would like to know what their response is, specifically, what is their policy in regards to letting you out of the lease because of the cockroaches and all of this other stuff, and that we asked you to call back on Monday during the show and let us know what they said.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
And can you call us back on Monday? And if that doesn't work, we'll step it up a notch and we'll contact them
that's
directly.
a good idea. So you tell them that you called my show and that they told you that you can get out of your lease if you go through the process, but you would rather do it with their cooperation.
And plus, we didn't mention the apartment complex's name, and we're not going to mention it today.
Right.
But if this comes up as a point of contention on Monday, then we might.
Tell them we just want to do it in a friendly way, see what they say. That's a good idea. And then call us back. I'll mark this pending. I'll mark this pending and do that. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, One Clear Choice Garage Doors will be out at your house 24/7. Why would you ever need somebody in the middle of the night with a garage door? Well, let's say you're coming home from a night out and you can't get the garage door closed, or you can't get it open, and you know you got to go to work in the morning. They have 24/7 service. They also have regular services, of course, for all garage door needs, from the openers to the actual door itself. So why don't you go to the website? You'll learn more about what they do, and all of their prices are right there. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're...
Don't worry, Doc. Pizza's not here.
What?
You had that alarm look. Is the pizza here?
Oh,
yeah, it's late.
Does anybody want coffee, water, soda?
I'm good, thank you.
I'll take a Coke if there's one in there.
Cold or room temperature?
Cold. All right. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney who has made himself available to people who need information, even before you want to hire someone. John Fuller will take your call. The first call, if you call up and say, I want to talk to John, or he may have to call you back, but he will talk to you. and you can ask all of your questions about any personal injury accident. He'll tell you what it's worth, what to do, what your next steps are, and what he would do, where to collect. All of the important questions he doesn't hold back, and it's all free of charge. And if you do hire him, there's no obligation, but if you do, it's on a percentage fee basis. 303-597-4500. That's John Fuller, 303-597-4500. AmericanFinancing.net. By now you've heard of my cooperation with them. We have gotten together to get people out of high interest debt. Listen, you've accumulated a certain amount of credit cards, right? Now, you know what to do going forward. Limit your use of credit. But right now, you need to get rid of that high interest debt to be on your road to financial freedom and for wealth building. I tell people all the time in my financial advisement firm, get out of high interest debt before you even think about investing. Well, American Financing will help you do that with their Smart Equity Loan. Some of the loans they can do with just looking at a bank statement. I want you to call them now. They're standing by. And ask them what you can do to get out of that high interest debt. They take that portion of your equity and they get you a loan. What's great about it is you can pay it faster than any other credit card bills or even slower. But what it does is it saves you hundreds of dollars a month and it preserves your credit. 303-695-7000. That's 695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net. I told that person with that Treya, I told her to go to Honest Accurate Auto.
Yes, you did.
Okay. Oh, thank you, D. Appreciate it. Who was I talking about? I'm going to give Kevin my information on my Medicare. I just finally got around to it. So Part B, they take out of your check. You know, my brother never signed up for Part B. He refused to, so he could get a higher check in the mail for social. And later on in life, when he really needed it,
he didn't have it?
No, and they don't give it to you, man. They're strict. They say, you didn't get it. It's too late.
That sucks.
You know, did you know that Part B, Part A is given to you.
Yep.
Part B you pay for.
Right.
Do you know you can turn that down? Which is the dumbest thing in the world, but you can.
Well, you pay out the ask if you ever want to try to
That's right. It's cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
So that happened to my brother. He thought he was beating the system. I'm getting more money per month. And then when it came time and he needed it, he couldn't get it. So anyway, my Part B, it goes by income, I guess. But I pay $560 a month, which is pretty damn high.
Yep.
Now, it's no different than your Part B or anybody's Part B. It's just that I pay more. Now, my Part D, my drug plan, is $30 a month. My drug plan. My Part G, which is my supplement, I know this is hard to believe, is $180 a month for the best supplement you can buy.
I'm paying almost that much for Kaiser.
For the best supplement you can buy. $180.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, not a dime.
Yeah, because my premium through Kaiser is $660 a month for all the add-ons.
I can't believe. So if you take my 180 and add it to my $30, that's 210, and then that 560. So my whole
780.
Yeah. So 780. I mean, that's expensive, but I get extra.
But it's
coverage.
not based on income. Seriously, I'm paying $660 for Kaiser.
Why? Oh, is that for your advantage?
Yeah. So you're paying $100 more for that than I am for Kaiser. So that's not expensive.
And you have co-pays, right?
Oh, yeah. Small, but there's still co-pays, yeah.
How about your drugs? Are they pretty good?
I don't take any prescriptions. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't even know.
Yeah. No, they wanted me to go on statins and stuff, and that's when I started seeing Kimberly talking to her about stuff.
I can't believe how little I pay overall compared to what I get. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So Jan has an issue with Venmo. What kind of an issue, Jan, do you have with Venmo?
I have 3 issues with them, and I'm trying to get a hold of them.
Well, tell me what those places scare me. Zelle, Venmo, and all of them. I use Venmo, but I've often wondered, who is Mr. Venmo? Who do you call when you have a problem to straighten out? It's almost like impossible. I don't think there is a number for Venmo where you can call customer service. Is there?
We'll find out.
There is, but they just give you answers to possible questions.
Okay.
And press 1 or 2, and then there's no call.
Right. There's no back and forth. Tell me your problem with Venmo. Let me hear about it.
Okay, so the first problem is my friend Kathy showed me on my Venmo account that she paid me $232.50, but my bank says that the transfer from Venmo was $382.50. So there's a
How much of a difference is that? I didn't do the math. How much of a difference?
$50 difference.
So Venmo did not credit you $50.
They did.
No, I think what Kathy is saying is that, Jan is saying that Venmo overpaid her by $50. Yep. Now, Jan, did your friend get charged that extra $50, or did your friend pay you the original amount? That's all they deducted from her account, but you got $50 more than she had intended. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I haven't talked to her, but that's kind of a minor problem because I have more money.
Yeah, that's not much of a problem at all.
Yeah, but basically she got paid more money and she's complaining about it?
Well, I think that's just the warm-up for the 2 actual complaints.
Okay, so what's the other complaint?
The other complaint is that on April 8th, my friend Pat paid me $235, but that never showed up on my bank account.
I need more friends like Jan.
Wait a minute. She paid you $235 and you never got it.
Right.
What do you do in a case like that? See, that's the problem with these electronic things. I mean, does your friend show that it was drawn out of her account?
I don't know. I don't know that. I have a text message into her. I'm just going through my bank account now and finding...
it could be your friend didn't make the payment. I mean, Venmo is not in the business of ripping people off. They might have a snarl here and there, but I don't think... I think your friend didn't pay you. That's what I think.
Well, here's the third issue, Tom.
Okay.
On April 15th, I paid Toby $85, and that never came out of my bank account.
Did Toby get the $85?
I've got a text into her, too.
Oh.
Okay, so you paid $85 to Toby, but it never showed up in Toby's account.
No, she doesn't know. Jan doesn't know. She doesn't know if Toby ever got the money yet.
But it wasn't deducted from your account, or it was?
It was not deducted from my bank account.
Oh, my God.
The thing is, I can't, it says go to the app, press the me thing, and then help and chat, but it doesn't allow me to do that. And then when you call the number...
See, I love them until there's a problem. Then I don't know what to do.
Right. They suck.
Do you use them?
Right.
Me? No.
Do you use them, Kevin? Do you use Venmo?
Like
No, I don't use
I've never had a problem.
I've used Venmo. I've never had a problem. But what if you do have a problem?
Yeah.
How do you get cash from Venmo into your account. How do you do that?
You just.
Have you ever had to do that?
Well, when I pay it, there's when you go into Venmo, one of the things you click on is either pay or request. And then it comes up.
I understand, but what if I have, I've had a number of people pay me on Venmo, and it's in Venmo.
Right.
It's not in my bank.
Right. And then there's this click, which there's another little button where you put it into your bank account.
Okay, got it. So, Jeff Vick, do you use Venmo?
I have not, no.
So, okay, so your three problems, and see, that's the problem. There's no one to talk to.
Well, that's not much of a problem either. So on the first one, she got overpaid by $50. So I would probably just stay quiet about that.
Right.
She has a second problem where, Jen, what was the second problem again?
She never got paid the $235. Her friend said she paid her.
Well, no, Jan hasn't been able to verify with her friend if her friend even sent the payment, right? And then
Venmo says that she did.
Wait. Venmo says that your friend sent you $235?
Yes.
But it's not in your account.
Right.
Yes, it is. Why would Venmo
not.
say...
It's not in my bank account.
No, it's not in your bank account. It doesn't go to your bank account. It goes to your Venmo account. See, a lot of people are confused about that. Money never goes directly to your bank account ever. It goes to and from your Venmo account. You have to physically move it from Venmo to your bank account. In fact, that's how Venmo makes a lot of its money. People who leave it at Venmo, they pay no interest on it, and it just sits there. But I guarantee you, if you log into Venmo, you're going to show a positive cash balance.
Have you done that, Jan?
Because Venmo wouldn't bother telling you have $235 if you didn't have it.
Right. I'm logging in again.
Your problem is you're expecting to see these transactions in your bank account, and they do not go to your bank account. I think all of her problems can be summed up that way. She's expecting direct from the other person's Venmo to her bank account, or from her Venmo to her bank account. It doesn't work that way. You have to physically move it in and out of your Venmo. It will not automatically do it.
I think Zelle goes directly to your
Zelle goes directly to
Zelle goes directly to your bank. Venmo does not go directly to your bank. David, hi, welcome to the show. What's going on, David?
Hi, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
What's happening?
Well, I'll just go to my current issue that I have right now.
Current? Why? Do you have more than one?
It's kind of a long story.
Okay, I don't mind long stories. If you just start somewhere and we'll pick it up. Go ahead.
Sure. I had an accident. It was rear-ended. We did a virtual estimate. The insurance company sent me 2 different checks. And
now, whose insurance company? The other person's insurance company?
No, this was through my insurance.
Okay, so you were rear-ended. So the person that rear-ended you, they owe you, don't they?
Yes.
But you chose to go through your own insurance?
I did. They told me not to talk to the other insurance company.
Why is that?
I don't think they wanted me to admit to anything.
Okay.
I guess I don't know.
So, David, whose fault was the accident?
It was the person who hit me.
Your insurance would normally say, go through them, but okay, so you have collision coverage then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an older vehicle.
But you have collision coverage.
Yes, apparently I did.
All right, hold on a second. I'll come right back to you. Just hang on, and we'll take this up. I have to do a spot. I want to tell my wife that.
Yeah, why is she's gesturing? I
got to do a spot, honey.
What were you gesturing about?
I was like, she said take a break.
Yeah, I'm going to do a spot, and then I'll talk. What are you doing here?
I have to go meet Griffin, but I wanted to make sure you were okay.
Oh, you got to meet him at a rally. Yeah, why didn't you think I was okay?
Because you weren't on the air. You said.
Oh, I had to do the Kathy Walker thing.
We're taking good care of him.
Oh, I know. You have Deputy Doc here.
I just want to do this one spot. Just wait for this one spot.
Tell the lady friends.
Hold on. Real quick. I'm doing pretty good, though. I'm feeling strong.
Sound totally normal. Just looking at Jackson. Water, soda.
Gravina's, that's the place that has the heritage you've heard about because they've been around for, I don't know, 70 years or so. They started out with Dad, that's Larry, and then he went out on his own on 950 West Evans. His son Nick joins him. Gravina's, they say, has the greatest windows, but I'll tell you what Gravina's has, the greatest choice and selection. 50 brands they deal with. You're sure to find window siding and doors amongst those brands. For value and for pricing, whether it's your rental, your fix and flip, or your dream home, 303 Gravina, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com. So you thought, didn't you remember I said I was coming here to say goodbye to Kathy? So that's what you were doing? Yes.
So she wants to do a little spot for...
Oh, that today. I will do it.
Your red steam is what he called it. This is not acceptable. He cannot be thinner than me. He can be shorter than me, but he can't be thinner than me.
Oh, you want to do it now?
Oh, would you like to sit here, Stephanie?
What?
You want to sit here?
Just for a second.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna...
Okay.
And go ahead.
What are you going to do, though? You're going to ask for help?
I'm going to give a little plug for Joshua
Okay, good,
Station.
good.
And you can say that...
No, we can.
Normally, I would drag you along, but, you know, your immune system. Tom has to go to all this with me.
Do you have any experience being on a mic, Stephanie?
Yeah.
What?
Do you
have any experience being on the air?
Well...
We just want to make sure.
Don't forget to turn it on.
Tom, just don't call me your common lady. You're going to get all that hate. He forgets.
He lives for it.
My fan base is far greater than his.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
he
anyway,
was just to
Kathy
say, if
Walker
people only
retired.
knew.
35 years.
What'd you say? No, you guys, I'm telling you, you sound fantastic. All of you. I mean, wow. We don't need Tom.
We don't need...
You guys just crushed it. With the lady with the car, she doesn't know what to do with the two. I was like, hey, teamwork makes the dream work.
That piece is freaking late.
Kelly's going to check on it. Yeah.
I wonder if they took it to my house.
Doc's getting hangry over here.
Did they finally finish paving, by the way?
Yes. Well, no, they finished in front of my house, but not
the whole thing.
No, but my area's done.
Okay, good.
Road construction.
Okay, so guys, there's also something else. There's a woman, she got hit driving home, and the woman admits her fault.
Honey, just tell me the name of this place.
Oh, Joshua Station. Anyway, her attorney hasn't done much for her. She has this weird brace, but she was out of work for 2 months. And I said, I'll get one of the deputies to call you.
Yeah.
You got her number and name?
I do.
We should get her on the air first.
You want to?
Yeah, you should give it to Kelly.
Okay.
Because then we can work.
Then you can do
there.
it officially. Okay. That's really, I always have an
What's
agenda.
The attorney's issue? There's no money involved?
No, they're waiting for doctor's reports, but you can't get a neurosurgeon to see her, so I was going to try.
Yeah, that sounds okay. That doesn't.
Tom just brushes it off, so I had to come in here.
And did you say she's already represented?
Yeah. Tom says, well, we can't help her. I was like, yeah, we're going to.
She can switch lawyers.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, anytime.
Yeah.
Just if the driver hasn't.
I often wondered about the personal injury when you sign with them and you want to change.
We should ask Phil about that.
I know.
Whether there's a charge.
We should actually.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be.
Sometimes they revert to hourly and back charge you for hours. That's not considered good.
Especially if they're doing $500 an hour.
Yeah, but if they do have time in it, they should be compensated somehow.
Yeah, up to a point.
Sure.
I mean, it was crazy. I would get $500 an hour for reviewing medical records. It was a great gig, but
you could.
That's
for
Steve.
Also,
Tom,
you could
Steve. probably gets more than that. He testifies and...
Oh, yeah. Testifying was $800 an hour to go to court.
He said it's amazing. He was the orthopedic surgeon for the Nuggets.
Who's this?
Steve. I don't know. What's Steve's last name? Italian.
I know who you're talking about.
Steve, yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I'm going to bring him over to the Joshua station and have him look at some of these poor cases. They never got any health care.
Where's Joshua Station?
So let me, I also have David. I got to just hear the rest of his story, a little of it. And then I'll go to you, I promise.
Because I have a lunch appointment at the Jeep dealership.
What time?
1.
Okay, I'll get you out of here. Tom Martino here, back with you, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. David, real quick here, you had a rear-end collision. You went through your own collision coverage. What's the problem right now?
Well, the damages that I had estimated exceed the cost of the value, or the value.
Okay, so in other words, your car has to be totaled.
Yes.
So what is your question?
Well, I'm getting ready to recontact the insurance company. I did try to contact the adjuster. She never returned my call.
Did they make you an offer on your totaled vehicle?
Well, within a week of the accident, they had sent me 2 checks.
How much?
Just a little over $1,000.
So both checks added to $1,000?
Yeah, 1029 is what it was.
Okay, so what I want to know is, were they telling you that was the value of your vehicle?
No, they were saying that's the cost to repair.
Oh, I see. And the body shop is saying it's going to take way more than that.
Yes, it exceeds the value of the vehicle.
Okay, well then what you need to do is your collision coverage has to pay you literally for the value of your car. But the value of your car you may disagree on what that value is, but they have to at least pay for the value of that car.
Okay. The checks that they sent have expired.
Oh, you never cashed them?
I never cashed them. So is the claim still open?
Well, I don't know. When did the accident happen?
It was late last year.
Oh my God. Oh no. You may have screwed yourself here, bro. Late last year, like December of 24?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, you've not talked. Where's your car been all this time?
Oh, I'm still driving it. It still runs and drives great. The frame got bent behind the rear axle.
Let me just give you something to do. You're way too far gone for us to help you at this point. You need to literally contact your insurance company and say, I never got my car repaired because the shop says it can't be repaired for less than it's worth. Okay? Just tell them that. Tell them I need to get a settlement for a total wreck. You got to do that. Or you have to go after the guy that hit you. I don't know why the hell you didn't, and sue him for the value of that car. That's what I would do. I would do both. I would go after the guy that hit me in small claims court. That's it. Sue him for whatever it will take to replace that vehicle. And then go after your own company and say you need to be settled. There's nothing more we can do to help you. You waited way too long. But it's not too late to sue that guy in small claims court. It's not too late. So go ahead and do that. Start that no matter what, and then get your collision coverage to try to settle with you and take whichever one is first. Okay, remember, you can call 303-MARTINO and get right through, or 303-713-8255.
How much is it going to cost to repair the car?
Did they tell you how much it's going to cost to repair the car, David?
Yes, I had 2 estimates. They're $8,000 and $9,000.
Yeah, and what is your car worth?
It's right in the neighborhood of $45,000 to $5,000.
All right, sue that guy in small claims court for that amount of money. I think you'll win. I hope you have something that says it was his fault. And then go through your collision as well. I don't know why your collision coverage would tell you not to deal with that other company. That to me is foolhardy.
Well, how much did the insurance already send him? He didn't cash it, but how much were the check?
$1,000.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
No, hardly anything. Yep. So just go ahead and take care of that. 303-713-8255. Now I have Stephanie Riggs with me, my honey, and she is my better half, and she wants to talk about something that is very near and dear to our hearts. You know, we try to get involved in things that are positive, not just like giving away things or not just giving money, but helping people get a step up. And this is called, she recently was familiarized with this organization called Joshua's Station.
Yeah,
and they need some
pass
help.
by it every day.
Where is it?
Thanks for having me on the show. Well, let me just give you a little backstory about it. So after working with so many families experiencing homelessness back in, 1990, they saw these poor little kids in these motels along East Colfax, and they were witnessing drug exchanges and sex trade. They said, Mile High Ministry said, no, we're going to offer a safe transitional housing because it was so heartbreaking. These are little peanuts. So what they did was they bought this motel, and a lot of you, this was in 2001, it was called the Motel 7. It was called the Spa Motor Inn right on I-70 across from Empower Stadium. Anyway, they bought this place and they built this incredible facility. And last night I was just part of a service team serving a meal. And I said to the director, what do you need? Because these families are really trying to
How many families do they house?
We served about 70 people, 70 families right there.
So do they get to live there for how long?
They said that they tried to do 90 days. People can't, who are just fresh out of trauma and homelessness. They can't turn it around in 90 days. So they figured out this has been going on for a while. So they have a system that works. 2 years is usually the time. And I said, what do you need?
So these women, hold on, forgive me. The women with kids come in and stay 2 years.
And men, there's families.
Okay.
They're wonderful.
And then
families.
what?
They have little babies and little kids. Okay. So they transition them into having a permanent home, and they have a very good track record. What I noticed was a giant well of water from the rain, and they lose half their parking spot every time it rains. So somebody on your referral list or somebody listening who can help them out, Joshua Station, you can Google it and find out where it is. If you can help them with that drainage, that would be wonderful. Also, if there's gardeners listening, they need gardening experts to help them with their community garden. It's beautiful. It's all there. The playground needs some updating. They would love to have a place that's better.
So they need
have
a
one
number
little
of people.
sad grill out there. Also, the biggest thing they need, if somebody's listening, is a van. Because I told Tom this, I'm texting him all night, about this. I was sitting at the table and these little boys said, we're not excited about summer. We're sad about it. Because when we go to school, we get a guaranteed lunch every day, and we get to be around kids that aren't living in homousness, and we get to have hope.
They like going to school.
They love it because it's an escape. So, but I do think they've created a beautiful place there. The problem is, after 2 years, a lot of these kids have a hard time because they had such infrastructure and so many social workers and psychologists and psychiatrists. But the van would allow them to go for hikes or go places. So they really need a van. That's what she said. And I said, well, you know what? I'm going to see what I can do to help you. That's what I was thinking. And if somebody wants to help them with that drainage problem, I was even thinking your landscape guy.
Yeah, but
Bob,
is it blacktop? Is it?
I sent you a picture of it last night.
It's asphalt.
It's asphalt.
I wonder if the whole thing has to be redone. See, that's the problem when asphalt pools water. Sometimes it's
and here's the thing:
it's more major than
privately donated.
So this place is owned.
There's no government funding for this place.
They bought this motel. They converted it into apartments, right?
Yes, and they're beautiful. The volunteers have made a beautiful, comfortable place for these kiddos.
And
about
about 70 families get to stay there as a transitional place.
That's right.
And how do they qualify to stay there?
Well, I think they have to go through quite a bit of hoops in order to get in there.
How do people contact whether they want to help or they need help?
Yep. If you need transitional housing with your family, sure, I'll look it up.
Why are you looking up? Stephanie, how about a GoFundMe to raise some cash?
Does
that help?
I think that could help. Let me see. Joshua Station. There it is. Okay.
Let's give out the number.
Let's give out the number because, okay, the
and
number
they can call
is
here too.
720.
Okay, 720.
377 1103. And the address is 2330 West Mulberry Place. That's in Denver. Again, Joshua
It's right
Station.
off of I-70, West Mulberry.
West Mulberry. It comes right up when you do it. And you know what? If you go to my Instagram _Stephanie Riggs, I have a whole little video so you can see what the kids look like and all the rest of it. But what I will tell you is if you want to call that number, and let me just give it to you again, because if you're like me, you don't always have a pen available, 720-377-1103. Ask for Amy. She's the director, and she said, I was living a beautiful life up in Evergreen, and God told me to come here and help these kids. And I told her at the end of the day, this is all that's going to matter.
Okay, so this is right now, if people need help, they can call that number too. So these families, I got to take a break. Okay, hold on. We'll come right back. And also, Angela, I'll take you as well.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry, I ran up against stuff. Thanks, honey.
My drive-by.
Listen, the van. Hold on.
Somebody say they have a van?
No. I'm just putting it down to remind myself.
Tell them to set up a GoFundMe page.
They have a donation.
That will help, hon. So what happened to the pizza? Did they forget it?
The pizza fell off the truck or something. They had to redo it.
They really told her that?
Yeah.
Does that sound like...
Well, it's a new driver. Hit the brakes too soon and flipped it over into the back of the...
Should have brought both of them.
Yeah, right, the damaged one too.
Okay. This is Vestera and Fix It. Okay. I got to do 2 spots, guys. Okay, if you need your sump pump fixed or your air conditioner looked at, you got the deep, extreme clean tune and check of the AC for just $39. That is an incredible deal. Some people never service their AC, and it needs servicing. And Fix It can do it. And they do it in about 2 hours. They practically refurbish the whole thing. They pull it apart. They clean each and every component and give you a no breakdown guarantee. But even more importantly, if you're told you need something new, they give free second opinions. Go to the website, fixmyhome.com, book now. Fixmyhome.com, book now. I want to remind you about Vestera Turnkey. These are the people that help you become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. I've worked with them. I'm on my 3rd house. You can become a landlord, and they will help you every step of the way. From finding the property in another state, because Denver's not a good buy. They can help you identify the property, buy it, and manage it, and then sell it, all under their roof, Vestera Turnkey. They do a great job. Give them a call if you're interested in this program, 303-888-3788. I'm surprised they wouldn't call and let us know about the pizza like that. I think it's just bullshit. I think they
probably so.
I think they've lost it.
Something happened. Yep.
So, I don't know, man. Venmo, that would be a freaking nightmare.
I think you nailed it. I think she has the money in her Venmo account. Doesn't
I just think she doesn't know how to find
like
it.
Zelle.
I didn't even know I had money until I went there to pay someone, and it asked me if I wanted to take Venmo cash. I had money in there because I was assuming before I knew. Yeah. I thought it goes to your bank. I'll bet you they make a lot of money doing that.
Oh, it's just sitting there interest free.
Times a few.
Think how many people do that.
Yeah, or never claim it. Yeah, just their.
Otherwise, how do they make money? Really, how do they make money? They don't take a transaction fee.
Like Zelle doesn't.
Well, they don't take a transaction fee, so how does Venmo make money?
I think the same way Charles Schwab does by not charging commissions. They make a ton of money on the cash that's sitting in the account.
That's how these poker sites used to make so much money because
just the money there.
Well, yeah, because you don't
cash out and cash in every day.
Every time you leave you leave some money in there, and they would get the interest on.
So if you have 100,000 people leaving,
yeah,
$1,000 in each account.
Right, and some of these games, people leave $4,000.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
Can I just say one thing, Tom?
Go ahead, sir.
That your wife is the embodiment of the phrase kicking over your coverage. You have outkicked your coverage.
Well, thank you.
So far, it is amazing.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to get her glasses. Let's put it that way. 303-713-TALK. Angela, you want to purchase a motorhome?
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me about it.
I'm looking to buy something that I can vacation and go out and about in. I have no kids. I have a regular home that I can sell in order to do this.
Oh, are you looking to full time in a motorhome?
Maybe. Well, I'm looking to probably sell my house.
Oh.
I'm 55. I'm 52. So I figure if I can sell my house and go out and do something.
All right. That's a whole different ball game. I want you to hold on. I'm going to come back to you first, right after the break, because that's the full-time RVing. I know a lot about it. I want you to hold on so you don't get burned. A lot of people have full-time RV. The one problem they have, if they ever have a problem with the RV, they don't have anywhere to live temporarily. And a lot of people look at the prices of RV and say, hey, this is cheap compared to a house.
Yeah.
I'll just get a really good RV. But, man, if they don't get the right one, they're dead. I mean, they're screwed because that's their house. They don't understand that.
Hey, what happened to Dragon today?
I don't know.
I haven't seen him.
We still got Shannon?
Yeah.
What was that 2011 you were looking at? $3,300.
It's a new Kimber double stack. So it's 1911, but it's a double stack.
Oh, it's 1911.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the double stack.
They call it a 2011.
Oh, okay,
so,
that's why.
Yeah, but it's a double stack. You can get it at 9 or 45. But the 45 only holds up to 13. So if you go to 9, you'll get
probably 18.
20. This is 20 plus 1.
That's awesome. Yeah. You want to come shoot Steel Challenge with us tomorrow at Well County?
Oh, I wish I could. So I've got too many other things I have to do tomorrow. So other obligations, I should say.
Okay.
Can you Stephanie's 60 years old.
So,
I mean, she's
amazing.
That's the embodiment of taking care of yourself.
But next weekend we're shooting clays with 22s.
Are they on the ground or do you launch them?
Launch them. Oof.
What distance?
It's just like a regular shotgun.
Where can you shoot clays with a 22?
On my buddy's ranch.
Do you like shooting?
Oh, yeah. I shot a competition yesterday. That's why I had the day off. I shot Steel Challenge up at Buffalo Creek.
What do you shoot?
Yesterday I shot my 9mm AR, Colt carbine.
I had an AR-15 I sold.
Big mistake, Tom. We can rectify it this weekend.
I know.
We'll go to Green Mountain Guns.
The
Get
gun
you
was
armed.
so wonderful.
Well,
I mean, and you couldn't, it wasn't automatic, but sure as hell felt like it. You go, as fast as I could click.
Just put a Hellfire trigger on it, and you don't even have to do that.
Just hold on tight.
But I'll never forget it. What a beautiful gun. And
we can fix that in 20 minutes. It's like, so you have to
No, there's a 3-day waiting period now.
Oh, yeah, 3 days and 20 minutes. So,
let's go to Texas.
So you guys launch them, and then that sounds like
shotgun got a little bit too easy.
Oh, that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
You ever shoot sporting clays at Kiowa?
I went there once.
If you guys ever want to go to Kiowa Creek for sporting clays, I mean, I'd be up for it any day, any time, 3 times a week. So if you ever get an afternoon or a morning off.
Yeah, one of these days I need to invest in a nice over-under to go do that right.
Well, you can do it right with anything.
Well, yeah.
As long as you do it right.
To get a good freaking sporting clay gun.
If you want to look like a gentleman, if you want to project the image of a gentleman, a proper gentleman, go ahead. I shoot it with my shorty.
Yeah, I might usually just go up with my Beretta. So.
Which one do you?
What model is that one?
400 something or 300 something. Is it a semi-auto?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I shoot it with my Remington 1100 shorty.
Oh, used to shoot them with 870s.
See? Yeah.
I mean, heck, the 870s. I love that gun. I love it. It's the junkyard dog of guns.
Yeah.
What is it?
The Remington 870.
The classic pump action.
Yeah. You can run that thing over with a truck and beat it up against a tree and everything else. It's still going to fire.
It's the Toyota of shotguns. Since it's car day. So, yeah, if either of you guys ever want to go shoot sporting clays or shoot Steel Challenge with us, we shoot in Weld County. We shoot at my gun club at CRC once a month. We shoot at Weld County once a month. So, whenever you want to. Cool. Oh, and we shoot at Buffalo Creek once a month. That's on a weekday.
One of these times you'll have to come up and we'll go over to Jack's range and we can get you out on the 800-yarder.
Oh yeah, I would love to. I have 2 proper rifles for it, and I shoot 6, 8, and 1,000 at CRC. So, does he has an 800-yard range in his ranch? Let's go. Set up some clays in the dirt over there. Some clay pitches.
Yeah, he's got regular stands and everything else put out there.
Let's do it. I mean, it's very gratifying to shoot a clay at very long distance like that. And by the way, we just opened the 1 mile range.
Did you?
At CRC.
What is a 1 mile range?
It's
1 mile away.
Come on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
How
when
do
you
fucking do a 1 mile away range? I mean, what are you shooting? A missile? It's a mile away.
Yeah, clanging
sniper
steel.
rifles?
Seriously.
Can't sniper rifles do that?
Well, I have
A long rifle, right?
Yeah, it's not a handgun.
Oh, yeah.
It's a rifle range. So
Handgun, you don't have to shoot like
like a
Get
mortar.
enough wobble out of that.
So even with a long rifle, don't you have to do the arc? Don't you have to?
Well, it's built into the scope, right? So it compensates for the distance.
So you change your crosshairs.
So you do end up aiming higher.
And if you're shooting that far out,
If you use the scope, it'll be accurate.
Yeah,
if you are accurate.
So my load has about 160-foot drop at that range. So my rifle launches at 160.
It literally
feet.
dropped.
Yeah, it's a parabola. It's 100. Its peak is 100.
If you could see the bullet, it
Yeah.
would be doing this.
Yeah, 160 feet off the
Don't
ground
forget,
at its highest.
regardless of the speed, it's still 32 feet per second per second. So if you shoot a bullet straight, after 1 second, it's going to be down 32 feet.
Really?
Because gravity has velocity has no effect on gravity. So that's why you have to shoot it up, so that the upward motion is counteracting.
But he's saying that scope takes into that.
Yeah,
they literally build the arc into the scope.
Well,
you dial it in.
It causes you
So
to
it brings the scope up.
unconsciously point your gun up. But at that range, you also compensate for the rotation of the Earth.
What?
Yeah, because my flight time,
Because it's
from my
from left to right, it's
6.5,
going to change.
my flight time is almost 5 seconds. and the Earth moves real fast.
You shoot that, and it hits the target 5 seconds
because
later.
the target does this, right? Because the Earth is rotating. So when you shoot, the target is going to move out of the way.
That's too fucking much.
It's a lot of math in it, yeah.
So, remember that movie they made, Tom Selleck made about that long range?
Yeah. Quigley.
Yeah.
Quigley
I love that movie, yeah.
God, I love that.
Classic.
So, but truly, long range shooting is a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we just invested in the 1 mile long range.
Most, right?
Oh no, they have the king of 3 miles in Utah. They shoot a milk jug at
okay, you're full of shit. 3 mile milk jug.
Look at a king of 3
Bad
miles.
news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show this hour, brought to you by Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you're looking to see what your house will sell for, Frank will do a free analysis of the market conditions, the comps, the neighborhood, supply and demand, interest rates, everything going into it, and give you an accurate idea of what it will sell for, especially using his methods. Give him a call for a free analysis with no obligation ever. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Now we're going to talk to Angela. By the way, our lines are open if you want to get right through. We got our car people with us today. Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Autotech, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We have Deputy D, Deputy Doc, all in the house wanting to solve problems for you. And Angela says that she has a question on a motorhome. She wants to purchase a motorhome to full-time RV. Now, Angela, there are many, many factors going into RVs and full-timing.
Okay, well, real quick, I have a friend who is a personal good friend and whatnot. He's got a particular motorhome that he's selling, and from what I have found, that it's a pretty good deal, but I really don't know, so I thought I would call in and ask because I need the official, the purchase.
I'll tell you what to ask. I want to know, but there's a lot of things to consider with full-time RVing. First and foremost, here's what I need to know. Some people full-time RV, but they have a base station. They have a home. You're planning on not having a base station, right? You're not going to have a home to come back to. You're going to do everything out of the RV. Is that right?
Well, I was kind of thinking about being a groupie for a bit, but
being a what?
I have family that I can base station with.
A groupie for who?
Pantera.
Wow.
Who?
Pantera.
For Pantera.
It's a huge heavy metal band, right?
Yeah. How old are you right now, Angela?
52.
52.
Wow. This is pretty cool. So listen, so you have income enough to support this. Your income and all that, like if something goes wrong with the RV, will you be able to stay in a motel for a few days while they fix it?
That's the things that I was wondering, and I had heard that you had like a template on other issues.
Yes.
That I heard. So
yeah.
Maybe if you had a template, like maybe for me to kind of go by.
Yes,
and
we
then
do.
if I could maybe ask your professionals what their idea is on this particular model.
Now, first, let me get the model. Tell me what it is, and we'll look it up. What is it?
It's a 2006 Alpha C. Yeah, like look at you later. Cia.
Alpha Cia. Huh.
Yeah.
And who makes it?
It's the takeoff of this one gentleman that was the first designer.
Is it a fifth wheel or is it a motor? Is it a motorhome or is it a fifth wheel?
Yes. It's like a bus.
Yeah, it's like a bus. Yeah, it's like it's a motorized home. It's like that goes on the road.
No. How many feet is it? Is it 40 feet?
It's pretty long.
No, they're nice motorhomes, but I need to know, do you have slide outs in it?
Yes.
How many slides are in it?
It's got a full refrigerator in it.
What are the slide outs? You got to give me dimensions on this thing. We got to narrow it down to get the history on it.
I saw it, I looked at it, but being not knowing what to look at or what to write down, I guess I didn't.
Okay, but you must know how many feet it is.
I don't know, we used to have the tractor trailer was a 48 foot, so I'm saying just around that.
So it sounds like a 45 foot. It sounds like a 45 footer to me.
Yeah, it's really big. It's rather large.
Okay, now that's a nice.
You don't need a class different license.
That's a nice motor. You don't need a license to drive. You don't need a special license to drive it.
Right. Okay. Good.
Now, if it's a 45 foot Alfa Sia, a 2006, that's not a bad vehicle. Not a bad vehicle at all. What I want to know is, what condition is it in?
It's in very nice condition, and it has 90,000 miles on it.
Okay, that's good. What kind of power plant is that? The Cummins in that?
Yes.
How many? Is it 500 horse?
It's called the gold. It's called the gold package.
The gold package. You're not giving us a lot to go on, okay? But in general, that's not a bad vehicle. But I'm curious about the power plant specifically and the transmission, and if you have the independent front suspension. What do you plan on doing with it? Do you plan on driving mostly or staying mostly? Like some people, when they do full-time RVing, they set it up in maybe 2 places a year, like one for winter, one for summer. Others travel all the time. So what do you plan on doing? Do you plan on setting it up in one place or another, or do you plan on traveling all over the place?
Well, this is pretty fresh for me, this idea that I've come up with, being that he's got it for sale, and I was very interested. So I haven't thought of that, and that's a good thing. I'm writing my notes down there.
It's good to know, because the more you're going to move around, the more you're going to have to really depend on the drivetrain. And I need to know a little bit more about that. But in any case, how much does he want for it?
$18,000.
What? That's cheap. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Tom, I'm looking at RV Trailer.
That's pretty cheap.
8 2006 Sias, and they range from $15,000 to $49,000.
I know it.
That's pretty cheap.
She's got a good deal.
Well, the cheapness might be a huge red flag.
I know. Why
for a lot of
is
money.
he doing this as a favor to you? I mean, why is he asking only $8,000 for it?
No, 15.
Wait. 15 grand? You said?
He has. Yeah, it's the one he was using. So he's upgraded, and he has a home, and he doesn't have the same job across the road where he really needs to have 3 motorhomes on the property.
15 grand. And 15 grand is a steal.
Well, we're assuming the engine and transmission are any good.
Yes, of course.
Right? Do you know how much it would cost to repair that engine and/or transmission?
Oh, it's a lot.
It's in the tens of thousands, probably.
Isn't that an Allison transmission?
Well,
yeah, it should be an Allison.
An Allison World transmission and a Cummins 500. I think that's
How
what
would I go about getting that tested?
Okay.
Do I have to drive it somewhere, or can I get it done on the property?
No, I would take it somewhere. You want them to put that up on a rack. You want them to look at that thing or a pit. You want them to look at that up and down. This is a giant investment. And think about this, okay? Right. Now, you're going to be money ahead if you sell your house and you put money in this. But with the extra money you have, don't piss it away. You need to put that money away somewhere for emergencies. I'm serious.
Yeah, that's another radio show.
Right. But as far as the Alfa Sia right now, that's a great price. Everywhere I'm looking, that's a great price. Is he a friend of yours?
Yeah, because with that, I would know what I would need to pull it, what kind of power I would need.
Now, what are you going to do about a car?
I would actually have a motorcycle.
Yeah, but what are you going to do?
I have a Harley.
Are you always going to be?
And I don't know how to incorporate bringing the Harley with this.
No, you can put a hitch on the back that'll take the Harley, but you're not going to have any kind of car to drive around.
I don't at this point.
You sound like a fun person.
I have a vehicle now. I have a vehicle that I drive, but it's a truck.
Now, if you do get a vehicle, see, what I would recommend, I mean, you want the Harley, so you're always going to have to be in good weather. I mean, if you pull up in a winter place, you want to stay for a couple weeks in a winter, you're not going to be able to use the Harley to get around.
Well, Well, I'd probably leave it at a relative's house if it was wintertime and I was, drilling in
So
that
you're
kind
going
of
to go with the
terrain. But
weather.
I'm
You're going to stay in fair weather. You're going to stay in fair weather.
Sunshine and skin. Correct.
Okay. If you stay in fair weather and you have a Harley, you can get a rack on the back of that'll carry that Harley without towing it. Because I don't recommend you tow anything unless you really know what you're doing.
Rack.
Guys, do you have any, what recommendations do you have? Who checks these out? The Century RV, I think, would check it out for you.
You have to go to an RV place. Yeah.
You got to go to an RV place with a service department. Century RV has a really good service department. I would check them out.
Well, I'm right next to Camping World Holden.
Okay,
Would they have that?
Camping World is okay for accessories and stuff. I'm not sure they're the best place for service. I would go to, where do you live?
Golden.
I would go to Century RV at I-25 at Johnson's Corner. Century, they're good people.
What about that truck place you had for a while?
Transwest?
The
Stewart and Stevenson?
The truck place that was on the referral list.
Because Mark was taking his rig there.
Was it? Wait.
They mainly do over-the-road truck, but they also do the
Stewart and
occasional...
Stevenson would be one. Maybe that's not it.
No,
we have Transwest is another. We have
like
Century
Midland
RV is another. What's that?
Was it like Midland or something like that?
I don't recall it.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Really? Remember, you have two things to check out. That's why I go to an RV place. You have the house part, and then you have the chassis and drivetrain part. Two separate people. Like, for example, Stewart and Stevenson doesn't work on the house. They work on the drivetrain. Transwest works on the drivetrain, whereas Century RV would work on both. I keep going back to Century RV. There's also another one, RV America is another one. But you want someone with a full-time RV service department to check that out head to toe. And you're going to pay for it, but it's worth it.
Okay, so excuse me. So what would be the nicest way to go about? Because this is a good friend of mine, and I don't think...
Well, you just tell him. Here's the nicest way.
I don't want to mess up a relationship either. So.
You say, hello, friends. I want to stay friends with you. I'd like to go have this checked out. And then it's on your dime.
And as far as transporting the vehicle being on the Colorado State roads...
Wait a minute. Does it have a license plate?
To drive it to this place?
Does he have a license plate?
I don't know. I don't know that part, but I'm just used to not driving on anybody's plates, that type thing.
Well, listen, the guy's got to be able to get it to a place to have it checked out. Do they have mobile RV places that can check it? Yes. There are some mobile RV services, but I'm not sure I'm not sure they would be equipped to check it as much as you need it checked. I would never make a purchase this big. Now, it's not that big. When I say this big, it's $15,000.
Right.
I mean, truly.
Well, it's so big for me.
But truly, it's a big responsibility.
With that amount.
Because you're going to live in it, there's a lot. It's a lot of responsibility. What's the interior like? Everything work?
Yes. Yeah, I opened cabinets and nothing fell out and everything. Yeah, they didn't creak.
But all of the stove, the heat, the plumbing, all of that works.
Yeah, there's even a skylight in the shower.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what they do. So listen, it's from what I can see, they have good reviews. They're good units. I don't think it's a bad idea. I would not purchase it without taking it somewhere to be checked. And that's going to cost you about...
no big red flags as
that
far as the transmission goes out on these 06s every year. Nothing like that pulls up.
You need them to check the slides. My God, if anything like that goes wrong, you just need to get it checked. And if your friend doesn't see the wisdom in that, I wouldn't do business with him. I mean, you have to get it checked out. That's a really good price, but you still have to get it checked out. And he should be able to get it somewhere. Nobody's going to bother him if he's going somewhere to get it checked out. In fact, if you had that's all I'm saying. Get it checked out. Anything else, guys? I mean, I think it's a great price. I mean, if that thing is in great condition, she's got to buy, and that's going to serve you well. But be careful. Make sure you can get that rack for the Harley. You don't want to be anywhere with just a motorhome. I've done that years ago, and it's a terrible way to go. You want to be able to really be mobile once you park that thing. 303-713-8255.
is finally here.
Well, we ain't got a lot of time.
You know, Vestera Turnkey, I want to advise you of what they do for you. They make you they help you become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. They kind of partner with you. They help you buy a house in a promising market. They help you manage that house and collect rents and take care of problems, if there are any, on a day-to-day basis. And then they help you sell that house when the getting is good. They do all of this under their program called Vestera Turnkey. It's wonderful. And I am dealing with them. In fact, me and some partners have done 3 homes so far. And I advise you to check them out. MyBiggestReturn.com. Find out how to be a landlord the right way in a great market with great returns. That's Vestera Turnkey, 303-888-3788, 888-3788, MyBiggestReturn.com. Hey, before you do anything in finance, anything, before you do investing, before you do savings, before you do anything, you need to get rid of high interest debt because that money's just being wasted. High interest debt helps the creditor only. It has no value to you. It keeps you in debt longer. What you need to do is get rid of it with a smart equity loan from American Financing. American Financing is partnering with me to help people get out of high interest debt. They take a portion of your equity and you get a loan to pay off that part of high interest debt. Immediately, your credit improves. Immediately. And you save hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. And then you can pay that off quicker if you want, or pay it off slower, or pay it off just on time. It's up to you. At least you have breathing room. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
I'm going to get me some pizza. Jeff, anytime you want to go shoot that 800 and want some more company, let me know.
Okay.
I got a beautiful JP in 308, and man, it's a laser, and it's just such a tack driver. So I love to stretch its legs out whenever possible.
I like the 308.
It's my favorite round.
They call her the queen of the 2-mile. Her gun weighs 33 pounds.
Yes, it's pretty impressive.
She weighs 110.
Oh, sheesh, that's awesome. Does it say what her groups are at 2 miles?
I was reading
the queen of 2 miles.
She's Canadian, isn't she?
Yeah, I was talking about her down in Texas. I don't know if
Oh, maybe not.
it's the same one or not. It's quite a competition, though, because they have 6 distances to get to 2 miles.
Yeah, you have to
And
work your way up.
qualify, you got to hit the first one in one shot.
Yeah.
You get one shot and you're done.
Yeah, they don't want you walking in your rounds. You got to know what you're doing. Kevin, you ever feel like shooting some distance? Let me know. I'll invite you to my gun club. We'll start you off at the 300. And
Yeah, it's been 100 years since I've really shot a lot.
we'll get you restarted, get you re-addicted
Nice,
to it.
fun. My ex-brother-in-law worked on lived on a ranch up in Meeker.
Oh.
So it was all wide open.
Of course, that's a beautiful part of the state. Was he in oil? That's the big oil hub of Colorado.
He's a cowboy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Like a real cowboy on the ranch? And
Yep, he could shoot anything, any distance, as long as it was moving.
really?
If it was
Interesting.
stationary, he couldn't hit it.
Wow. Just got programmed over the
He had to
years.
throw rocks and stuff to make shit move so he could hit it.
Jeez.
You know, coyote like 300-400 yards.
Oh, that's
he
sad.
could knock it down.
Oh, don't tell me. I don't want to kill animals.
No, coyotes are eating the sheep, and you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong to do. I just don't
It's
have
not
any.
senseless killing. I mean, it's a vermin.
Got to keep them under control. The predation. Used to make good money on that in the Arizona desert.
Colorado too.
Well, when I was down there, we used to go out on the weekends, and we'd make more money on the weekends shooting coyotes for the sheep ranchers than we make it work.
Sheep Rancher Association here was paying, I think, $5 or $10 for a pair of ears. That's how they, cashed it out.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like eating pizza with half of my stomach.
Jeff, on that 1 mile steel, it takes my bullet about 5 seconds to get there, and it takes the sound about 6 seconds to get back to me. It's on fire.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show, 303-713-8255. Cliff, welcome to the show, Cliff. What can we do for you, man?
Yes, I have I went to Firestone. I bought some tires, and they were less than 2,000 miles on them, and I had a road hazard guarantee, and I did have to have one replaced. And they replaced it for free, but then all the little charges, they nickel and dime you to death. Ended up paying $48 plus $20 tax, and they claim the tax would have been...
Now, wait a minute. What do you mean they nickel and dime you? What are we talking about?
The charges, they replaced the tire for free, but they charge $12.99 to balance the new one.
Okay, got it.
$2.97 for the valve, and then they charged me $34.20 for a new road hazard on the new tire, and of course $5 to recycle, and then on the $48 they charged $20 tax, which.
So what did it come out to be for the free tire?
$68.
60?
68.
What would the tire have cost you if you just walked in to buy a tire without a warranty?
Probably $200 or something.
Well, you save money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but my question is that normal to charge all those? I remember years ago.
It's normal.
And didn't pay anything.
Yeah, well, years ago, cigarettes were 25 cents a pack.
Gasoline was $0.10 a gallon.
Well, the thing that kind of bothered me the most is they charged me $20 tax on what the tire would have cost me.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's weird. That is weird on that.
Tires.
Now, I can't speak to that.
I will bet you that's a Colorado law, and that they had no choice in the matter. They're not going to charge you a tax just because they feel like charging you a tax.
Yeah, in other words, I don't think they're cheating you or anything.
It has to be a statutory thing.
Okay.
But it is a pain.
It was normal charges.
No, those charges are normal. I remember doing that too. Like when they quote tires to you, there's all kinds of prices that go on top of it. All kinds. Just buying a normal tire, you'd pay that. So what they're saying to you is, we're replacing the tire, but you're going to pay for the balancing, and you're going to pay for the mounting, and you're going to pay for anything extra. But what I didn't realize is, and this is a little tricky, you have to pay for the road hazard on the new tire.
Yeah, $34.20.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He bought road hazard for a tire, not for a certain period of time.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a good way of putting it.
He used it up.
Yeah, so I didn't know if that's a normal charge everywhere or if that was just that particular store.
No, it's not that particular operation. Everyone does it. Everyone does it. Balancing and mounting is always extra. Always. Unless, of course, they do some kind of special and advertise that it's not. But I would say to you that you're still saved a lot of money, because add to that the price of the tire.
Yeah, that's true. I know I did. Yeah, no, and so I wasn't, I guess the main thing was.
Right.
Yeah.
You just wanted to know if they were putting you together or not, and I don't know. And the answer is no. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This is another one along that lines, a text. How much or how long can I expect new tires to last? That's a good question. And is there a difference in the brand of tire and how long they last?
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Oh, yeah. No, there's definitely a wear pattern, will wear everything. Depends on the tread, depends on a lot of things. Sure.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the compound. I mean, some tires are made for more stealth. You want a quieter ride inside a Cadillac as opposed to your Chevy truck, and where you're going to get a more aggressive pattern because you're going to take it off road or whatever the case may be.
So, suffice it to say, the softer the tire, the more it wears.
Yes.
And as far as the hardness or softness of a tire, that has to do everything with weather. Right? The hotter the weather, the harder
the compound that you're starting with.
But why do you start with a certain compound?
For grip
right.
and traction.
And that has to do mainly with weather, right?
Okay, I see where you're going. Yeah.
So the colder you get, the softer compound you need.
Correct, yeah. So that's where you get like your Blizzaks that, people put on for a snow tire during the winter. They're great. They grab darn near as good as chains, but you don't want to be running around in the summer because you were going to wear them down fast.
So you want a tire that will perform well in whatever weather you're in, and the compound determines how long it lasts. Does the tread design have anything to do with it? Or do tread designs just happen to be what they are? The whole idea of a tread design, as I understood it, is to move liquids from center to the perimeters, right?
Yes.
Is to get rid of liquid.
It's a lot to do with it, yeah. But tires also have what they call it's UTQG rating. It's a number rating that actually will give you the wear of the tire.
Really?
Yes. Each tire has a rating. Then you buy them. Say
it's
400.
Called a
UTQG.
No
Okay. Almost. So you get like a 400 rated tire is going to wear faster than an 800 rated tire.
And you pay accordingly, obviously.
Yes, that's the quality of the tire will improve with that rating.
JR, you have a comment. Go ahead.
Yeah, the comment on discount tire, I bought their tire policy warranty is, this last one was $25. That's all they charged me when my tire blew out and they couldn't fix it. So it was $25, no taxes, no balance, whatever. That was discount.
Huh. That's pretty cool. So
their policy.
So
that could change too.
Okay. Do you buy road hazard when you buy tires?
Right, all the time. Road hazards.
Yeah. I do too. My wife was a big believer in that. We got more coming up.
That's nothing. He could have saved $35 by not getting the road hazard.
Sure. Yeah, again, on the new one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, just don't buy it on the floor, and then you save $150 to buy one tire.
Well, no, I'm saying, but that tire that he bought, he voluntarily purchased road hazard.
Jeff, you ever shoot Steel Challenge? Does anybody want coffee, water, or soda?
I'm good, thanks.
You guys ever have flooding problems up at your place? You know, like this time of year?
Knock on wood, no.
There's a lot of rain up there, haven't you?
Yeah, we've got a huge retention pond across the way. It does a pretty good job. They're supposedly calling for hail in our area sometime today. So.
So he was telling me about living in the van, his adventures. He does live in that van, man.
I was going to ask her how many packs a day she smokes.
Volatility makes a certified financial planner with over 4 decades of experience.
He's been doing it since 2018.
For anyone planning for retirement, maximize your potential. Call for a compliment.
Hey, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. K&H Home Solutions now has painting pros. K&H Painting Pros. Go to khwindows.com for a reliable company with painting. Great company. That's K&H Home Solutions, khwindows.com. All right, so we've been talking about tires a bit. Jay has a comment on tires. We talked about how long they last. And in a general conclusion, the softer the compound, the more they wear. The harder the compound, the better they wear. But you have to balance that compound for grip. Because if it's too hard, you're going to get a rough ride and no grip. If it's too soft, you're going to get a lot of grip, but they're going to wear easily. What do you think is the best all-around tire? If you had to pick one tire to live with, all year, best tire.
Probably Michelin.
Michelin?
Yeah.
Did Michelin make all-weather?
Yep. Everything's all-weather anymore. There's very few that aren't.
Really? So most tires are good all year round?
Most tires are rated mud and snow all season.
Okay. Jay, what do you have to say about tires?
Hey, Tom. The guy that got his road hazard warranty thing where they charged him taxes and everything else. If you got a discount tire, the only thing you would pay whatsoever is if you bought another warranty on the replacement tire. No out of pocket, none at all.
So you're telling me a discount, when you go in for a road hazard replacement, you are not being dinged for balancing, for mounting, for anything.
Literally nothing.
Not the fresh air.
Nope.
That new air doesn't cause you any. No, that's good. I didn't realize that. That's where I get all my tires is discount.
I can second that because that happened
sell you
to me.
another warranty though.
What's that?
They're willing to sell you a warranty for the new tire, but
yeah, and why wouldn't you get a warranty on the new tire? I mean, if it served you well the first time.
Yeah, that's the only out-of-pocket issue.
You know, that's the only kind of I when I talk about extended warranties and service plans and all that, tires are the only place where I spend for that. Road hazard, because really, I mean, if you think about it, there's a lot of road hazards out there.
Sure.
So what does a road hazard not cover? What would it not cover?
There's nothing. I've had two road hazards at Discount Tire, and no questions asked. They replaced the tire, and the call was right. The only thing I got charged for was the re-up of the warranty.
Yeah, what is considered a road hazard? Really, potholes, all of that, right?
Yeah, just basically any reason the tire
any
would
kind
flat.
of blowout,
and it depends on where you go too.
If you pick up a nail, is that a road hazard?
Yep. But Discount doesn't ask; they just do it.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why people always buy. I mean, I think they probably sell more road hazards than anybody. Okay, let me go to the text here, and someone says here that if they can't afford a Sequoia, and then we're looking at the Chevy Tahoe Expedition. What other vehicles are in that category? What are good buys in that category? Good used buys.
Well, you've got some of those Hyundai SUVs could fit into that category.
But wouldn't Hyundai hold its value too much to be a good buy?
Well, you can almost buy a new one.
That's
Hyundai
true.
For the
That's
these
true.
Tahoes and Toyotas.
You know, and sometimes people who buy these used cars, what they don't realize is, and this I go over this all the time. I went over with a mother one time. She had $4,900 or like $5,000. She wanted to buy a car and be done with it. Now, this is a true story. And I said, what are you going to get for $5,000? You're going to get an older car with a lot of miles. Mm-hmm. This was about maybe 6 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. So listen to this. I said to her, take that $5,000 and put it down on a Hyundai. The Hyundai has a 10-year warranty. It's brand new, and at the time they were selling for around $18,000 to $20,000. Listen to this: she puts $5,000 down, and she finances about, I think it was $13,000, something like that. Mm-hmm. With taxes and insurance and everything, her payments were going to be a little over $100 a month. A little over $100 for a brand new 10-year warranty Hyundai. Okay, she said no. I'd rather have a car where I have no payments. And I said, okay, so you're going to buy a car. She bought a car for 49 something, right under $5,000. A year or two later, she's looking at a transmission. Mm-hmm. Then she's looking at major engine work. Her monthly payment to own that car, to own that $4,995 car, that $5,000 car, over 3 years cost her more than a new car.
Yep.
Because people have this mental thing about financing a car. But what they don't realize is sometimes it's better to finance a car. So maybe this guy here, and I know who you are, I think. Yeah, it's you. No, it isn't. It's one of my YouTubers. Okay, he's looking at one of these used SUVs. Sometimes if you have money to pay cash for an SUV, it's better to take that cash and put it down on a brand new car. That's providing you can live with a new car and you're not going to try to trade it in early. It's always best, if you're going to do a 3-year loan, keep it for the life of the loan. You never, ever get ahead when you get something and you prematurely get out of it, whether it's a lease or it's a finance deal. But too many people have this mental aversion to having a financed vehicle. And sometimes you're money ahead, especially now with Kia and Hyundai and some of these warranties. These warranties are spectacular.
Yeah, they're incredible.
And you know, you get one of these warranties and then you get a low interest rate, and I say low, the interest rates aren't great right now, but you can get sometimes some introductory interest rates. You can have a new car, and your prorated cost of owning that over 3 to 5 years is almost always cheaper than a used car. Almost always. Almost always. Because the amount that you have, the age and the mileage of a car you have to get into that $5,000 or $6,000 range. In fact, I don't think there's anything worth a damn right now in the $5,000 or $6,000 range. Do you?
No, it's basically just barely running.
And if you're going to finance a car anyway, you get into 10 and 15,000 miles, you're going to put money down. You may as well put that money down on a better car.
Hey, Tom, I have 2 questions. One, you can always negotiate, which I've done twice, to 15,000 miles a year, which they will do.
Oh, you do?
Ask them.
Okay.
And secondly, does it ever pay to get a HELOC at a lower interest rate?
Yes.
Pay off the car and then
if you have the discipline.
Yeah.
And in fact, that is an excellent strategy. The problem, Doc, when people use HELOCs and when people use lines of credit on their home, the problem is they start now because they don't have a car payment due and they have a HELOC payment due. They sometimes make the minimum payment. They pay less than they would on a car payment. And then they start using credit for other things and they don't have the discipline to pay it off. So that becomes that car loan that should be paid off in 2 or 3 or 4 years. Now all of a sudden they didn't pay it off. They're sitting at 5 or 6 years and the car goes bad. Now they have a loan they have to get for the car and they're still paying off on the first car because there's no bank hounding them to pay it off. And that's the only thing. If you have the discipline to take a HELOC, it's always going to be better than a car loan. 100% of the time, if you have the discipline to pay that part of the HELOC off in 3 to 5 years. That's the challenge. The challenge isn't whether it's good or not, but it's whether you tie it up. We've had people go out and get HELOCs on appliances and a car, and all of a sudden, it turned out to be a 10 or 15-year loan, and by the time they needed new stuff, they had to go out and get new stuff, and they still hold on the old stuff because there's no one pressuring them to get it paid off. So if you have discipline, in fact, people should always use the equity in their home if you have the discipline to pay it off. Always. It's the best source of
low interest loans.
It really is the best source anywhere. And people get into so much trouble because it becomes too easy not to pay it.
They don't have to.
They make that minimum payment.
Yep.
And it's such a low payment that eventually it catches up to them. I mean, I've had people paying on their old car on their HELOC and getting a new car loan for their new car. And they're still paying off the old one.
That's crazy.
That's where it becomes dangerous.
But even with credit card, if you're paying 20, 23% on your credit card and you can get a HELOC for 6%, why would you not do it?
Because of people who
they're going
to get the HELOC and then they're going to rack the credit card up.
Right.
So
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies can help you with income getting into retirement. Now, as you know, there are a lot of people touting fixed indexed annuities. There is nothing wrong with an annuity if it's appropriate for your age and for your circumstance. And Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies has annuities available. They can also help you with other aspects of retirement, like maybe selling your business or passing it on, or other investments as you get closer to retirement. They're happy to talk to you about anything they do in retirement planning. All you have to do is call them and ask them what they can do for you. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211. If you're in a car accident, one of the first things you do is ask questions like, wait a minute, who's going to pay for this? Who's going to pay for that? Am I going to be reimbursed for lost work? What about a vacation I can't take? I just bought the tickets. Whatever it is, John Fuller can answer those questions honestly and forthright, whether you're a client or not. In fact, if you call him and say, I want to talk to John Fuller, I'm not sure who I'm going to hire yet, he'll talk to you. No other attorneys do that. You can talk to him at length, ask all of your questions, then he'll answer you. If you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. Call John Fuller today at the first sign of trouble, 303-597-4500. Free legal advice, 597-4500. God almighty, did you hear that disclaimer?
What disclaimer?
That disclaimer that went on and on and on.
It did. It was longer than the commercial.
Or neighborhood.
Damn. Jeez. That got loud.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Thank you.
The most fun we ever had long distance shooting up at this ranch was my ex-father-in-law used to go to auctions all the time and end up with guns.
Oh.
And he bought 2 or 3 Weatherbees at an auction that nobody was bidding on. And they were just a blast. I couldn't believe how, well, I mean, the damn shell was just ridiculous. But 340 mag, and then there was a 440 mag.
A 440 mag?
It was ported, so it didn't hurt quite as bad as it could have.
It'll dislocate your shoulder.
Still kind of a,
I would never. I had to get rid of my 300 Win Mag because I was afraid of what it's going to do. A lot more than 300 Win Mag.
Well, you should
guaranteed.
shoot my Sacco. You'll find it's a whole lot better experience.
What's it chambered in?
300 Win Mag.
Why is it better experience than my old?
Because of the recoil package they put together.
Oh, really? Okay.
So it was my 300 Weatherby. That one will knock you down.
300 Weatherby Magnum.
you're only good for about 2 shots, and then the flinch just fucks you the rest of it.
My concern was getting a detached retina. Holy shit.
It's possible.
Yeah.
My favorite hunting rifle has always been, I still have it, is an old 270.
Yeah, it's an old classic.
I love that gun. Flat, fast, nothing fancy.
Keep a 330 or a 30-30 for a saddle gun. I love a 30-30. The problem is you fire it, set it down, turn around, grab a cup of coffee, turn back around and see if you hit it yet.
Yep. It takes it a while to get there. It hits hard though.
That's not too bad.
Yeah. That was always in the smaller calibers.
Well, like you go
25-06 or 270 was, like a Norman deer gun. You can do whatever you want with it.
We have a monthly Precision 22 event that goes out to 400 yards. So, if you guys ever want to shoot some small caliber.
Oh, small caliber is always fun. It's cheaper, too.
Yeah, it is.
Although for a while there, 22s were pretty pricey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were gone.
Do some cowboy shooting with 4470.
Nice.
I still had my old, I don't even know where it is.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike's got a comment on tires. Go ahead, Mike. What's your comment, sir?
Hi, Tom. I've been listening to your discussion about tire certificates.
Yes.
And there's a point even your experts have missed.
What's that?
In that if you need one tire, that's great. But if you have an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive car, you need 4 tires, not 1.
Well, particularly with the all-wheel drive. He's 100% accurate.
He's right about that. He's right about that.
Yep.
What happens in that case?
You need to buy the other 3 tires.
Oh, crap.
Yep. Yeah, because they're not going to be covered by your hazard.
I think at discount, they will give you 4.
You know what? Hold on now.
They know.
I know. Hold on. My wife one time she had where she needed 2 of them because of the type of car, and they did throw in the second car.
Wow.
Wow.
One time I remember that happened, and I'm not sure if it was a special thing or if they do that regularly.
They don't. When I've had my road damage, it was on my Subaru, which was all-wheel drive, and they told me that I should get a second tire, but they didn't throw it in. It also depends on how much wear and tear there is.
That's true, too.
Yeah,
If there's
so
not
a
that many
couple
miles,
thousand
it's
you
okay.
can get away with it. Yeah.
And then I've often heard about this shaving down of tires. Do they really do that or not?
Somewhere on the planet they do. I don't know where.
Because I've heard, like, well, you get the other one, you get the new one shaved down to match the ones you have. Yet I have never once heard of someone who actually does it.
Yeah, it sounds so wasteful. You know, you buy a brand new tire and then you pay somebody to put it in the machine and wear it down.
Obviously, if your tires have 30 and 40,000, that's different. But if it's like 12 or 15 and you can get by with shaving one, that would be worth it. Anyway, we're running out of time. So here's where I remind you to get help. It's really easy. First of all, let me tell you about our guest, Jeff Vick. You can reach him at transmissionsdenver.com. That's transmissionsdenver.com for Kimmer Transmission. And Kevin Calkin, SheridanAutotech.com. And me, 303 Martino.
Cool.
Okay. It's a fun show.
Good to have you back, Tommy.
And you can get Deputy D and Deputy Doc at the Arapahoe County Jail.
Yeah, at night. They're out during the day. They let them come and do the show.
It's a work-study program.
Yeah, they let them come and do the show.
Right.
I've had some of my best employees that way.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, have a great weekend.
You too.
And we'll see you on Monday. We'll see you guys next Friday.
Thank you, Kevin.
Tom, have a good weekend.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks for picking up the tab again.
They literally
400 times.
What's that?
Wait, Tom paid for it?
No, they comped it because they lost the first pizza.
Oh, awesome.
First 2 pizzas.
First 2 pizzas. So we can count on Kevin to buy next time.
Yeah.
Thanks in advance.
Yeah,
They broke both of them, huh?
so the driver braked too hard, and the pizza, and he didn't have it secured in the heat thing, so both pizzas went flying all over the delivery vehicle.
It must smell good in there.
It will for a while.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Pizza delivery guys bring their cars in, you know right away.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
It's the same people like horse people. You know when people have horses.
Oh my.
Good luck in your competition tomorrow.
Thanks, man. It's such a fun thing. It's a very nice group of people. We don't need, we don't need gun club douchebags. It's all very normal.
Usually is. When other people are carrying guns, it tends to
It's
tip
very
out.
polite.
When everybody carries guns and you guys get into a fight.
Well, there's no fighting. It's a very polite crowd.
Well, good to see you back in, Sam.
Hey, man, that's pretty cool. Made it in. Made it out, more importantly.
All right, Tom, I don't know when I'm going to see you, so
Julie, have a great weekend.
you too.
See you Monday next week.
All right. Sounds good.
Sound coming in cold off the open here. Oh shit. I'm in there? Oh shit.
That's the most of the intro I think we've ever heard. It's the entire thing. Ryan Schilling with you on this June 6th, 2025. And part of the reason we are not opening this Friday edition at 2 p.m. with The Right Side of Hollywood is because both of our panelists are otherwise engaged. Deborah Flora is, I believe, or has been in Washington, D.C., and Kristen Toto. Time for him to take a break. This guy is one of the hardest working guys I know covering the Hollywood beat, one of the only conservative film critics that exist, and he went home to Pittsburgh to visit his mom and his brother, so we wish them both well. Ryan Schilling with you. You can text throughout the program, 57739. Also coming up at the bottom of the hour, my good friend Russ Waldman. Now, he is a citizen journalist. You might call him a gonzo journalist in the spirit of Hunter S. Thompson. And that'll make more sense in case you have not heard of him or haven't heard him on this program when I play for you the highlights, or should I say lowlights, of his confrontation with then State Representative Tim Hernandez, an absolute clown, a communist clown, a pro-Palestinian, ostensibly, pro-Hamas, anti-Israeli, anti-Semitic clown, as Dan would say in my constitutionally protected opinion. So bad was Tim Hernandez that in a very left-leaning blue socialist District 4, he lost out in a primary for re-election, in large part, in my view, because of his asinine remarks to Russ Waldman on October 8th, 2023. Now, you might ask, what's the significance of that day? October 8th, 2023. That is the day after the ruthless, barbaric attacks by Hamas across the border into Israel at a music festival and at several border towns, killing 1,200 estimated Jewish civilian citizens for no reason, in cold blood, completely innocent. And what Tim Hernandez did that following day, less than 24 hours later, after 1,200 Jews were